businesses. And through dedicated funding, the first year we raised $40 million, and it assists us with building a stormwater management pond.
So our citizens know that flooding is real, but they also now know that they've got a very real solution to mitigating those risks. And I think in the public sector environment, I think that's a great example of providing value for money for our citizens. What I would say to other financial professionals who are involved in public financial management reform is that trust is critical. In any reforms, without trust, it's a long road to change.
We're absolutely delighted to be working with our partners to have this really important debate on social mobility and how education and training can help to support upwards social mobility. It's really important at this point in time. We're seeing ever increasing inequality in our society. We're seeing young people feel less certain about the future and feel actually that they will have less opportunity than their parents did. And also in our recent report, Purpose of the Profession, we found that people were concerned about the stigmatisation of professions. And at ACCA, we want to make sure that professions are open to everyone with the education, but also with the technical expertise in which to practice.
My message today is that social mobility is about equality of opportunity. It's not about where you start out in life. That shouldn't determine where you end up. It doesn't matter where you come from, what school you went to, what your parents do for a living. Really, social mobility is about everybody having the opportunity to go as far as their talent and their determination will take them. At PwC, we have a wide-ranging social mobility policy. We're looking to make PwC the most inclusive employer we can, make sure our recruitment practices are as open as they can be, and that people are able to not just get in, but to get on when they're there. Also, we have really long-standing and wide-ranging community programs. We want to help people to be the best that they can be wherever they are across the UK, and that's really important to us. And the final point is advocacy, which is a really important part of why we're here today, because advocacy is about telling the story of social mobility. It's really important that people, both within PwC and outside in the wider world, know how important it is that people can go as far as they're able to go to, and there should not be any barriers to hold them back.
My main message was that working on social mobility and allowing young people to progress is very important because of social reasons. We cannot left anyone behind. It's important because of economic reasons, because our populations are aging, we need all hands on deck, and because of political reasons as well. You know, we need young people to be motivated and believing in Europe and in their career opportunities. And for that, what we are doing is offering them training opportunities, showing that vocational education and training is a real choice, an equal choice to academic education, and also investing in their soft horizontal skills. So to get a job, you don't only need a career qualification, but you also need to be able to work with the others. And I think what is important for young people, but also throughout the life course for older people, is that people receive guidance, good guidance for what kind of careers out there, what kind of job opportunities, what they can do, what do they have to learn to get that job. So that's very important. And the European Commission is working on guidance, but also on recognition of formal and informal learning.
Well, the main message is that Eurofund's work and also the work of a number of organizations clearly show that the foundation of social mobility in many of the European countries is stalling, and many citizens increasingly see that unfortunately their life chances have started much more depend on parental background and the way in which they're born rather than their own efforts to succeed in life. And particularly, it matters definitely for younger men. In many countries, we notice, and Eurofund research shows that it's really the younger generation of men that is really struggling. Another key point, which I think is very important, is the regional dimension, and increasingly the fact that where you live really much depends where you're going to end up in life.
When Nestle started to implement our youth program, actually, we were doing this because of a societal issue, the high youth unemployment in Europe. But we made it really a success, and we were building apprenticeships across Europe because it was also business relevant. So it was good for the youth, it was good for business. And that is really important. And I believe also for social mobility programs, it is very important that it's good for both and that we develop really the best practice. And in this case, we are really focusing on higher education for the time being, because there is where we are feeling there is a benefit for both.
We believe that encouraging social mobility, enabling people to grow out of the circumstances, improve their lives, and fulfill their ambitions and dreams, it's the best way to create inclusive, participatory society, especially at the European level, especially at this particular moment when we see so much transformation and so much change due to technology, but also economic and social conditions. It's very important to upskill our fellow Europeans and enable them to pursue meaningful, successful lives.
First of all, I mean, education is so important, but we really need a paradigm shift in education in terms of our educational system are quite outdated, and we really need to put the learner at the core. Moreover, in order to really ensure social mobility, we need to have recognition of different types of education, so we don't have second-tier education. This, of course, includes being able to have, quality academic education, but also recognition of vocational education and training, making sure that it is not seen as a second-tier education, but actually equal. We need flexible pathways so that whether you study in VET or in academic, you can still access higher education and the jobs so ensuring that people have the same kind of opportunities. But we also need recognition of non-formal education as well as the providers of non-formal education. We know that non-formal education provides a lot of important skills, from active citizenship and transversal skills such as communication skills, team building, leadership skills. These are essential, especially in today's job market, where these are actually competences that a lot of employers are looking for.
We should really trust in young people talent, attitude and motivation, and we are responsible to motivate them to choose the right career and the right life. So we have to prepare them for life. We were talking about the social mobility today, and I think that I'm the right example because I grew up in the ex-communist country in Eastern Europe. Then I studied in Italy, so I moved very young to Western country, and I set up my company immediately in Italy at 17. So it means that I was very young woman entrepreneur in Italian environment. So I had to really go up with my social mobility and to change all prejudice I was seeing around me. So what is interesting, of course, we were talking about Europe as a big dream, as coming back home. And if you imagine that from the country which was really on the other side of curtain, now I am a member of the European Parliament, so I think that this makes you understand that motivation and attitude and talent can give you any possibility in life.
I'm proud to be ACCA because it will take me places.
Because it's truly diverse.
They are top of their game.
It's trusted by employers worldwide.
It gives me choice.
It's truly a global community.
It brings people together.
Together,
we shape
the future.
It's simple. It's as good as you can get.
Hashtag proud to be ACCA.
Managing great talent in today's finance function is a critical priority. That's why ACCA is launching its Global Insight Programme on talent, because it's good to think ahead. Initial data suggests new talent challenges are arising for CFOs, particularly as adoption of shared services and outsourcing continues. Retained finance roles are still valued higher than shared service roles in developing tomorrow's global finance leaders. 69% agree the finance shared service leaders are not valued as highly as finance leaders in the rest of the function. The data also suggests significant missed career opportunities. 63% say there is little mobility or rotation of staff from finance SSC to the rest of the finance function and vice versa. The aspirations of the younger generation in today's finance function may be changing too. 70% agree that young finance professionals want a career that extends out of finance. And there appears to be ongoing challenges in attracting, engaging, and retaining young finance professionals. Over the next 18 months, we're going to take a deeper dive to explore these and other critical finance talent issues. Find out more about our work on the future of finance talent at accaglobal.com/talent. ACCA, think ahead.
Technology has the promise to bring big benefits for companies, including audit firms, but it also brings risks. It brings risks to audit firms not only through the new technologies that they're using to improve their audit process, but also they need to think about the risks that their companies that they're auditing bring through new technologies in addition. We think it's going to be very important for firms to manage those risks carefully to make sure that the audit work they do is sufficient.
The fourth industrial revolution is really accelerating the pace of change, as you can imagine. And the impact for the finance and audit function is going to be amazing. So today we are going to talk about, first of all, how do we need to understand the transformation of the business model of the environment that we are looking at. Second is linked with this transformation, we need to figure out what kind of risks are emerging. And also we need to see the other side of the coin, which is to consider how the audit can benefit from these new tools as well.
Artificial intelligence is not future, it's not far away, it's happening now, and we should really try to deal with that and cope. Don't be afraid of AI. It can help us a lot in our work, how to progress better, how to develop better our capacities, and also to be more efficient, efficacy, more competitive. So I know that we all feel fear from AI, but it is very important to somehow think all the time on the one goal, and the goal is that we should develop AI in a way that it support and improve human lives and professional capacities.
Well, my main message is that the audit opinion has behavioral aspects related to it because it involves human judgment. Now, whenever there is judgment, there might be, cognitive limitations. Now, in the setting of big data and analytics, this is an important thing because we don't really know what these cognitive limitations will be when auditors are confronted with big data. How can we solve this? Well, we can do research on this, and this is what my message is. Let's do research on this and develop appropriate tools such that audit quality can be improved.
In a world that is rapidly changing and empowered growingly by artificial intelligence, there are three things that the profession has to focus on. One is design, diagnose, and decide. Well, design, because I think artificial intelligence is only doing what we humans ask it to do. Diagnose, well, we've all been there. Companies are managed by people, and very often it takes people to understand people to know what the real problem to solve is. And decide, well, artificial intelligence is very good at automating decision making when it is rule-based, but at the end of the day, you need humans to make the ethical judgment, to take a forward look at what are the consequences of decisions and take into account the public interest. And that's what the profession is best placed to do.
So I was talking about some of the developments in standard setting for the IAASB, and really just recognizing that technology is an really important topic for them, and also that they can see the benefits that that the various technological tools and capabilities can bring to audit quality. And then just reflecting from a personal perspective on what we see day in, day out in the practice, and the opportunities that that will definitely bring to us.
Naturally, audit quality came up quite a lot today in terms of how artificial intelligence and emerging technologies can really improve the level of quality in the audit service that's being provided to organizations. But what we're really trying to draw out is that doesn't necessarily mean that a poorer answer for an organization, and actually goes very hand in hand with delivering more value to clients. And really seeing that shift is we see a lot of talk about the move from compliance to advisory for accounting firms, that actually these technologies can really drive a change in the value delivered to a client, and therefore the change in what they're looking for from their accounting firm. So driving that real shift to a more continuous service offering and a way that accounting firms can deliver a more advisory-like way of delivering compliance services.
I think when we talk about the investment, we talk about entrepreneurship, or we talk about future, there's a fundamental sentiment which should exist and prevail, and that's hope. And if you go back and you look at your own heart, apne dilon mein jhaan ke dekhein, where is that hope? Climate change nahi hota, external environment wo hope nahi leke aati. Hope And positivity is a matter of decision. And that decision drives the attitude. And that's what the starting point when we talk about the entrepreneurship, we talk about investment, we talk about future. It's a matter of decision we can take right now that we will see the glass half full. And if we don't find one, we will go out and we will figure it out how we can see that glass half full. And that's the fundamental difference in the attitude. And that's where we are struggling right now. We are not struggling with the government policy. You have got very good laws, by the way. Laws are there. It's again comes back to those attitudes which we are unable to demonstrate as a nation. And that's very well said. What is our character? Today, if you talk about China, talk about Japan, you can exactly identify hardworking. You talk about Japan, you will talk about honesty. Jitna unhe paisa zameen pe ya purse gume hue milte hain, they go and they submit that in a police station. They have built a character. Rwanda, a great success story of turnaround, jahan pe aisa massacre tha, jahan pe हर फैमिली ने हर हमसाय ने दूसरी फैमिली में किसी ना किसी का कत्ल किया हुआ. Character building, nation building, and things changed. It's one of the most progressing nation right now there. Now bring it back to ourselves. Entrepreneurship is fundamental. And Sultana, I'll disagree. Our kids do not have issue with the jobs. Previously, if we go 20, 30 years back, we were looking for jobs in Pakistan, or people have to travel and do jobs outside. That was a limitation. Today, it's not. Upwork.com, and there are so many portals available where the jobs are available. But the nature of job has changed. That jobs even require the entrepreneurship mindset, because you pick up a project, you have to deliver it. And you have to follow through that, whatever it takes. Salaries dene ke liye gaadiyan bechni padti hain. Everybody has gone through that process who's on that journey. क्या हम ये sacrifice करने के लिए तैयार हैं कि दूसरे को पैसा देने के लिए मैं अपनी गाड़ी बेचूं? That's a fundamental to that entrepreneurship. You have to care about your team. You have to care about your customer. You can't just come up and assume the things will go in the right way. It's a tough road, but very rewarding. Fundamentally, if we have to ask a one policy change from the government side to really promote the entrepreneurship and really bring that support, government spends somewhere like 4.5 trillion rupees every year. A one simple change, every project, every bid will have 10% from the SME and the startup, and that will drive people in a different type of incentive and in different type of hope. A one small change, why government want to run a risk-free procurement? They have to bring people who have an ability and a vision to deliver. A one simple change can drive a different type of behavior within Pakistan. Another thing which I just would like to touch here is recently ACCA has launched a report around the SME. And the general concept or perception when we started with that report, that it's a lack of management, lack of talent, lack of access to capital. That's what's not letting the SME grow beyond their current status or beyond Pakistan. But the fundamental thing which came out is the vision. They never had a vision to grow to the level where they can become a part of the global GDP. Right now, we just touched upon the CPAC, connecting 4.5 billion people in a 10 years time. How many businessmen sitting here preparing that type of volume which can serve one product to 4.5 billion people in 10 years time? That's the vision which we need. So if we are talking about entrepreneurship, if we are talking about investment, if we are talking about future, there's a fundamental decision which we have to take today. Positivity, start seeing the glass half full, looking for the vision, expanding it, and stay optimistic. And we have got a talent here in Pakistan that still need polishing, definitely, but we have got that support there. It would be the entrepreneurship, it would be the government policies which will drive it to put in a use and drive prosperity for Pakistan, for our social and economic development there. Thank you very much. I would encourage everybody to have the starting point with the shared realities, not with the disagreements.
We won't be doing this and then do the exact opposite. What we need to do is to build consensus, not just within Parliament, but within the people.
All these documents will be a living document. It is not that you decide today. Sorry, this won't be probably changed anytime around the way. As an industrialist, if I'm going wrong, I'll change my course. I'll correct my course. So it has to be a living document.
We need to work together. I would initiate as someone in the government, have major political parties sit together.
Alarm bell that is ringing on us that we have to unite. We have to come up with a consensus and agree how to broaden tax base in Pakistan.
What was your vision? What was your way forward? What had you thought? What was that plan, that thing that you had promised? Where is that? Ladies and gentlemen, if I could request everybody to please settle down, we'll be starting the event shortly. Thank you.
There are people who have got ability. There are people who are looking for opportunity. There are people who have a dedication. Why they should be deprived from the opportunity?
if you have integrity, nothing else matters. If you don't have integrity, nothing else matters.
This platform provides an opportunity to think about the ethical challenges we face and how we can all work together to tackle them.
Just a final call for all the attendees who are at the back. If you could please settle down and we'll be starting the event shortly. Thank you.
Angela Dong. I'm the general manager for Nike Greater China. I was born in Shanghai. I'm a local Shanghainese. I grew up from a pretty philosophical household. I wasn't academically trained for finance, but I joined my first company, Procter & Gamble, in finance pipeline. So I think maybe it's about time to learn something about it. And then I picked for one of the most respected organizations, and ACCA come to my mind. I'd love to have a very international exposure. So with that, you're always gonna choose something that can, take you along your international journey. And ACCA is a globally recognized brand as a financial professional. I take it as a tool book initially. The logic, the thinking, the approach coming from it is what help you to be able to see things, analyze things, and put your strategy into place.
So just a final call. I have just 10 more seconds on my clock. We'll be starting the event shortly. Thank you. Gentlemen, if I could request you to please settle down. We'll be starting the proceedings shortly. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning, everybody.
Can all come together. Ever since I joined,
When I say the salam, I normally expect a response back. So I'm going to do this one more time. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, good morning, and welcome to the ACCA Pakistan Leadership Conversation 2019. My name is Urlain Zafar, and I'm a young entrepreneur, and I'm going to be your master of ceremonies for today. First of all, we'd like if everybody can please rise up for the national anthem, and we can proceed with the event. Welcome everybody to the ACCA Pakistan Leadership Conversation 2019. We're organizing this in collaboration with our co-organizers, the British High Commission Islamabad. Let me start off by welcoming our chief guest, Mr. Mia Mohammad Mancha, the chairman of Nishad Group Pakistan. Sir, thank you so much for your presence. We are extremely honored by your presence and gracing this occasion. Thank you so much. The ACCA Pakistan leadership conversations began around 3 years back. And the idea was that we wanted to create a platform for thinkers, business leaders, and basically the young cycle of entrepreneurs and business leaders who are going to come together and collaborate in discussing what an emerging Pakistan looks like. We discussed about what opportunities exist in the country. We discussed about what the vision is going to be. And today we are actually going to discuss that how do we develop the country together as the fraternity members. So on that note, I would like to call up on stage for his welcome address, the head of ACCA Pakistan, Mr. Sajid Aslam. We can have a better round of applause. It's quite early in the morning. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum and very good morning. It's morning, guys. I think, thank you, Noor. Pakistan leadership conversation started in 2017. And that's basically reflecting what ACCA is discussing globally, a conversation which can drive an action. It's not a conference where we will come and talk about some topic and then we will go away. It's a conversation which started in 2017 and 18, and now we are on a third series, that's a flagship event, and we report back on what actions were taken and where we stand on those actions, what commitment were made, what the progress we are making. ACCA by core is very bold in its tone of voice. It's very bold, very inclusive, and it's very authentic. Our boldness is based on our culture. It's based on our core value. When we started with in 1904, 115 years back, with a great commitment, with a dream, which at that stage, most of the people can't see that, how it will be delivered, but there were 8 people who committed something and they delivered it for the world. Our authenticity is coming from the research and professional insights, which we are delivering every year to help the profession, society, community, and the businesses to see the future in a different way, discuss that, and create a strategic directions and a strategic interventions there. Our inclusiveness, it's whatever we do, it's not for ACCA members and students alone. It's for the society and the community we operate in. So ACCA tone of voice never changed. It remained bold, it's remained authentic, it remained inclusive. In 2017, our members, 2018, our members came up with a very, very bold commitment. And they came up with a dream, which I'll share with you in form of a video, what picture of Pakistan they have seen, and they would like to deliver it together and together with us in Pakistan. And here I would like to just share that dream with you, how it looks like, and then we will move forward.
पाकिस्तान एक ख्वाब अनूठी ज़ुबानों और लाजवाब उमंगों से जिसकी ताबीर मुमकिन हुई। पाकिस्तान एक गुलिस्तान नहीं लगता, आँखों से और बिहारी ताबीर इसकी बुनियादों में शामिल हमारी अनथक मेहनत और लगन, जिससे तरक्की का सफर हुआ तेज से तेज तक। हमारे क़ुव्वत इरादी बनी हमारी पहचान और दुनिया में ऊंचा हुआ पाकिस्तान का नाम। कारवां जारी है जानिबे मंज़िल, कठिन सफर है हमें नहीं है खत्म। नया सूरज यहीं से उभरेगा, खुशहाली का चश्मा यहीं से उभरेगा। इल्म और हुनर से हर सू झरावां हो रहा है, तामीरे वतन का जज्बा फरावां हो रहा है। हमारी महारतों की है दुनिया मोतरफ, हम अब तस्लीम कर रहे हैं नए उफ़क़। ये देश बनेगा हमारी तरक्की और बहार, इस दुनिया में जिसकी मिसाल। देखेंगे हम देखेंगे बस नाम रहेगा अल्लाह का, जो गाली है हाज़िरी, जो मंज़र भी है नाज़िर, उठेगा
That's the dream which we are pursuing. Are you? Are you pursuing a similar dream? It's a one dream which may right now you feel that it's very good. It may not be realistic, but so was ACCA in 1904. So was Pakistan in 1947. So was our economic model in 60s and 70s. We have done it in past. We can do it again. And the one common denominator which we were trying to figure out, what is the one single winning move which can drive it? And based on our Pakistan leadership conversation 17, 18, and then the conversation around when we were developing this event, it's all came down to capacity and character of people. And here I'll pick up one thing which was discussed yesterday, Iqbal's philosophy around falsified takhleeq or falsified taqleed. We can adopt a winning move. We can bring some of the models from outside, but adopting a winning move is not our winning move. We have to find our own winning move. We have to create our winning move. We can't just copy paste it somewhere. So we have to go back to the fundamental, which at one point of time, Iqbal mentioned is all around the falsified takhleeq. That's what the characteristics of Shaheen he mentioned as well. So we are not here. We are not in the field to avoid a failure. We are in the field to win the game. We are the winning team. We have to create our winning move. And with the winner, mountains do move. This is the dream. We are very confident. We are very hopeful that we will deliver that. And we must deliver it. Welcome to Pakistan Leadership Conversation. I hope you will contribute, you will participate in those conversations, you will help us to really develop those actionable agenda for future. And here I'll just share the actionable agendas which we picked up last time. Rashid, if you can put up those. So that's where we were in 2018 with a 5.4% GDP, 147 in the ease of doing business, 115 on a global competitiveness index. And that's where our membership and our teams have committed something. Next, 7% GDP growth, top 50 in ease of doing business, top 50 on global competitiveness index. We have done well on an ease of doing business. We have done well on a global competitiveness index as well. We haven't done well on the GDP, but our members are committed. They are not going to revise that 7% downward. It may take a little bit more hard work. They are willing to commit to that. They want to create those winning moves. They want to create those effort level. They want to commit to that, and they are not going to revise that downward. It may be a hard time, but the dream is worth pursuing. That's what they told us. And just to give you a glimpse of the actionable agendas which we picked up and some of the progress around it. So we keep it very simple, straightforward. We pick up 2 or 3 items, then we follow through that for entire 12 months, and then we report back on the next Pakistan leadership conversation. So we picked up governance, CPAC, shared services, succession of family-owned businesses. On CPAC and shared services, we have made progress which we were expecting. Governance and succession of family-owned business, we are a little behind, but it's not on a red. There's no major hurdle right now, but it's slower than what we expected. And we expect from this Pakistan Leadership Conversation 2019 to pick up some additional actionable item or some improvement in these actionable items, because the dream which we have shared with you, it's worth pursuing, and we must deliver that. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sajid Aslam, the head of ACCA Pakistan. Give him a huge round of applause. So the Pakistan Leadership Conversations, as you know, are in the 3rd year of their existence, and we're also collating all the learnings from the different sessions that we are holding across Pakistan, Karachi, Lahore, and Islamabad together at a hashtag PLC 2019. We'll be posting up live updates on Facebook, LinkedIn, and our Twitter feed. So feel free to follow that. We're also joined by our live webinar attendees from across the globe, and they're also joining us. So a warm welcome to them as well. And we will also be taking questions towards the later half of the session when we commence off with the panel discussions. We're also using an app this time around, and it's showing on the particular screens. You can see it's called slido.com. You could just log on. This is an online you can go onto your Explorer and just look in for the application. There are no downloads required. You just need to enter the hashtag PLC3, and there will be certain polls, and there's a tab for questions. So if you want to ask any questions around to our esteemed panels, and you want to leave any comments for the discussions that we're having, please feel free to do so. And because we're on the topic and we're discussing about capacity and character, it would not have been possible without the business community coming together and delivering on this very huge agenda and investing into the country. And when we talk about that, the strategic business leader is what the entire community, the business community, and globally also the business community is looking at. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a huge profile in front of me, but the next person that I'm going to call up on the stage has been an inspiration to many of you who are here in the room, and for many of the people globally as well, and personally from my side as well. We're extremely honored to have Mr. Mia Muhammad Mansha, the most prominent businessman of Pakistan, and the chairman of the Nishat Board of Companies. He is holding portfolios across so many major business interests in the fields of textile, banking, insurance, cement, power, hospitality, real estate, dairy, retail, commerce, and aviation. It's a long and hefty list, sir, but we are extremely honored to invite you up on the stage for your address. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Mia Muhammad Mansha, the chairman, Nishat of Pakistan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I was not sure about coming today because we had a board meeting, but then I thought that maybe an audience like this, which can take the message that sometimes I want to convey, that I must go there, and I made some arrangements to delay our board meeting, which I'm just going to go. I'm grateful to the Institute of Certified Accountants to invite me. Also, Robert Stenhouse discussing about my early days in UK and Lady Margaret Thatcher's time. So I really wanted, and I saw some of the pictures that you showed. One thing was very surprising, and that's where I think I'll start. You showed almost all the successful people in Pakistan, from sportsmen to Malala, Yousafzai and everybody, but there was not one businessman that you showed. Now, until and unless you don't have successful businessmen, you cannot have an economy and you cannot have a country. And we need to start with, even if you go out, you won't see a single road in this country in the name of any prominent businessman. So there is something wrong somewhere, that we need to sort out, here. I don't want to boast, but I think if you look at Google, I am the largest taxpayer in the country. In fact, I'm honored today. 3 of my children are getting an award from the Prime Minister for being the top 50 in the taxpayers, 3 from the same house. We employ more people than any other company. In fact, the only bigger employer than our group is the Pakistan Army. And we are also the biggest exporters out of this country also. So I want to request you, because this audience can carry the message, that success is not bad. Being successful is nothing wrong with it, creating wealth and creating jobs and all the other things that come with it. These are the things we need to honor, and we need to, tell people that we need to have. It's like the accountants, and again, Mr. Stonehouse, I was telling him that in my view, I've worked with accountants who have come from Europe. In our other countries, PwCs are chartered accountancy firm, but I find the Pakistani chartered accountants to be very good and equal to any other place that you go. Coming to the point that prospects, like you showed the GDP growth and all this, this is the country which I really think can be epicenter of the world. Can you imagine geographically, from here 20 minutes, you have the Indian border. I flew in from Kabul the other day, it took me 38 minutes. You come down from Tashkent, it takes you 1 hour and 40 minutes, the same as to go to Karachi. I have been to Urumqi, one of the bigger cities on our side. In 2.5 hours, you are in Urumqi. And you can go in the morning and come back in the evening from China. China is basically a landlocked country. If you just look at the coastline, other than that, the only lifeline to them is the port of Gwadar, which they are very sensibly making. So geographically, there is no country as good as ours if we put our act together. And this is why I came today, because this audience can carry this message, that what we need to do. So I think we need to talk about successes. Today, MCB Bank that I'm running, I came in, people said, you can't run a bank, you don't know banking. So I was asked by the central bank governor then that we have a bank which has a problem. Would you like to fix it? So I said, well, I don't know anything about banking, and I went into banking. Not many people know these things, that we had to separate 51,000 people one day. We took in the central bank into confidence. They were overstaffing. Quality of the people were not good. There were armored cars in Karachi Chudrigarh Road, and we separated 51,000. It's not only MCB, 4 other banks also. We were given funds by the World Bank, cheap loans. Nothing happened. When I asked our union leaders why nobody said anything about what has happened, they said, look, every promotion we took money, every transfer we took money, and we cleaned up the banks. And this is what we need to do in this country also. We need to clean it up. MCB has the largest market capitalization of all the banks, even though Habib Bank and UBL are bigger than us, but our market capitalization is. And today, I will again probably say, I don't want to be, with all humility, in a board meeting starts with how do they do it? In Habib Bank, UBL, look at all the issues that have come up now, and they will come up in future also. We need to improve our governance, and we need to get things sorted out, This country drastically needs smaller government. We have things that, people don't even know. One day I went to the Punjab government, a young minister is here. In fact, he's too young for my, I know his family very well. I went to the government of Punjab with the governor of the Central Bank. Do you know 140,000 people work for the food department of Punjab? What is their job? Buying wheat, putting it into Pesco, and after 5 years, the wheat is all decimated, or you export it at a loss, So we need to reduce the size of the government. We don't have the resources to carry on with all these things, We need to become business friendly. The other day, I met up with some people in Pindi, very high ranking people, and I said, why do you give visas to people? What will happen if somebody comes here? If an American wants to come here or a Britisher wants to come here, it takes a long time to get the visas. Fortunately, they've changed that now. If you go to our airports, they look like thanas. Why can't we privatize our airports? Gatwick was recently sold to a French company, UDF, about 2 months ago. Heathrow is owned by a Spanish company. What's the problem? So these are the things, if we do not have an expanding economy, we'll have unemployment. Unemployment will create all the issues that we are facing right now. We need 2.5 million people are coming into the job market. And we need to provide them jobs. Whatever you do, if you don't, there'll be other consequences also. And also, I think we need to get off the back of people by saying, you did this wrong, or you are a corrupt person, and everybody seems to be corrupt in this country, in fact, right now. I went to see Bangladesh Prime Minister one day. I knew Sheikh Mujibur Rahman also. He used to come to our house. And I have met many leaders in the world. And she said to me, in your country, what is this? Any government goes, you say, that government is crooked. I want to start cases on them. Then the next one comes, you start on them. So I said, Bibi, you also do the same thing against your opposition. She said, no, there's a big difference between you and us. I said, Khaldas, yeah. Well, she said, whatever she signs with a sovereign entity, I never question it. And when I come to power, I never challenge it. Issues of pertaining to contracts with foreign countries, we've seen Ricodec, Kagi, and so many other entities coming to this country that we can't take. We have to take these things very seriously. Look at countries like Thailand, where there are demonstrations between the yellow jerseys and the blue jerseys, but the economy keeps on working. There are bureaucrats keep on working. Development takes on. Italy, maybe 40 prime ministers since the last war. It still works. Governments are changing. Governments are being toppled. But the economy and the management of the country continues to work. Similarly, we need to develop what is called the domestic commerce. We need to do a lot more construction. For that, we need a lot of land bank and regulations have to be changed. I've made the biggest mall in Lahore, and having made it, now I would never do it again, because the LD would stop me on when I if you make a building in Lahore, when you come out of the basement, they have to come and check. It takes about a month to do the checking. While the contractor is sitting mobilized and he cannot move. Then after 40 feet again, and then again. If you're lucky, you will go through all this, Why can't we reduce the regulations? Why can't professional companies come and certify that this building at the plinth level is okay? When we go up, there are no flaws. Why are we creating unfriendly practices to people? When you go to land, there's no land bank. Railways owns 161,000 acres. Civil aviation and so many organizations that they are owning land. Give it out. Reduce the price of land. Create more land so that construction industry can create 40 different industry jobs in 40 different companies. Cement, steel, fans, air conditioning, whatever you say. So you need to really now let people work. All the regulations on all these, the things that we are talking, and then we need to become business friendly. There's a guy who is let's say a towel exporter from Pakistan. He goes to the United States. He invites his buyer, please come to Pakistan. So he will go there and say, well, is Pakistan safe? So we say, yes, it's a very safe country. Please come here, His wife will probably say, are you sure you're going to Pakistan? So the poor guy ends up coming to Pakistan. He comes on Emirates, Qatar, or Etihad. He comes there during the night because PI has to be saved. And all the slots in the evening have to be given to competitive airlines. So this poor guy arrives at the airport with a visa in which it is written, you can't go to a cantonment area. So when he comes here at 3 or 4 o'clock at night, he stopped there. Where are you going? He says, I'm going to PC or Abari. So you can't go through this area. So you are going to, what you are showing in your charts, that where you want to be, you'll have to do a lot more. You can't just get to say we'll have a growth of 7% and we'll have we can have all these things, There's a study by Standard Chartered Bank, which I was reading about 2 weeks ago. We know China is going to overtake the United States in the next few years as the largest economy in the world. But what was startling, that India is also going to overtake the United States. And even more startling was that Indonesia will be the 5th largest economy by the year 2030, only in 12 years. The whole global picture is changing. We have stagnation in Europe. We have Brexit problems, governance problems. We have a president of France, Macron, having been stalled by all the demonstrations they are having. Economy is slowing down. And one of the reasons Macron is in problem, because they have not been able to grow enough to create prosperity for people. In Italy, we have a government where the deputy prime minister on TV says on BBC the other day, you know who I admire the most? Putin. So this shows that governance is very, very important. While the entire spectrum of development is moving eastwards, we'll have Indonesia, we'll have Vietnam, we'll have Malaysia, Thailand. The markets of these countries in the next few years will have a bigger buying power than the entire Europe. This is what is going to change. We need to be part of that development. We need to improve our relationships with countries. Can you imagine, and hopefully I do, that Afghanistan issue will be resolved? And when it is resolved, we could get the benefit, as I said, to go to Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and all these countries, which also are landlocked and have very educated people and huge amount of resources. But we have to, start somewhere. This is a great country for example, starting, we could have religious tourism, a lot of religious sites here for a starter. People would come here. Let's create more hotels. Let's create more friendliness at the airports. If you have an airport in like Lahore and you improve it like Dubai airport, for example, people would be coming here. The airport will be a business hub. Somebody coming from America would like to come through Lahore because the dentist is very expensive in South Carolina. She doesn't want to spend $3,000. She wants to do the job in $300. So she'll make a flight which will come into Lahore where she'll have her dental work done. So, we need to now create businesses. And to create businesses, you have to become business friendly. We need to have less regulations. I mean, I am a senior citizen now, by the way. I go to a government department, even in the department of, let's say, a secretary of a ministry, and I asked to talk to somebody. Before I open my mouth, he would say, "ऐसा नहीं हो सकता." मैंने कहा, "यार, अभी तो तुमने मेरी बात भी नहीं सुनी." So I can get away with these things, but you young people now and the people who are important people must talk about these things. Do you know how many cases go to the Supreme Court of America? 80. In the entire year, 80 cases go to the Supreme Court of America, which means decisions are taken. If we could have, and they're all my friends, the top people in the judiciary, if we could have resolution of disputes. Can you imagine thousands and thousands of cases are lying? Last night, Mr. Shabbar Zaidi was on the television, and this guy was asking him, if so many hundreds of billions are stuck up, where the FDR has to recover this money. So Shabbar is a very smart guy. He said, how do you know that all these cases the government is going to win? And you are telling the public here, so much money you're going to recover. Why don't you tell them all these cases, if an ITO, you make a point at the judicial level, he will go to appeal, then you go to High Court, he will go again to appeal, then he will go to, he says, I can't go and face the NAB, I might as well go and appeal everywhere, The best businesses in this country are all lawyers. They are really doing very well. So, I mean, let's do what we, look at how we can make, and also let's create some success stories. And we have myths in our country, For example, I asked somebody in Malaysia the other day, I want to see Mahathir Mohamad. So he said, look, yeah, he's done a lot for Malaysia, and it'll take me 1 day to tell you all the good things we did. These are the myths. But it'll take me 2 days to tell you all the wrong things he has done in Malaysia. Do you know in Malaysia, there is no such thing as tender. The ruling party gives, a road is going to be made, a bridge is going to be made, they give it to one person. Then we are talking about Khazana, their holding company. And we are going to establish a company like that. Do you know $3.5 billion are missing out of Khazana? There are yachts in New York stranded. There are Russian guys who have taken out money. There's a guy who's been arrested in New York from Goldman Sachs. This holding company that we are going to make, is that the model that we are going to, where another layer of bureaucracy will create? And so, I mean, so many things are myths. So this guy who had told me this a year ago about Mahathir, he came to see me last week. And I was asking, what is your view now? And what he told me at that time, what is wrong with Mahathir is that he has destroyed the fabric of Malaysia. These are the myths. 57 to 60% people are Malays. The rest are Chinese and Indians. The Chinese and Indians do all the work. Malays have got so much preferential treatment that they've stopped working. That is where he said he destroyed the country, So now he has come back. There's a lot of corruption. The Prime Minister's account has $600 million in his account. The previous Prime Minister, somebody asked him, where did this money come? He said, a Saudi friend gave it to me. Obviously, I would like to have a Saudi friend who gives me $600 million. Now, I asked him, so now he has come back, he said, well, we are very happy. There was a lot of corruption and Mahathir will come and sort out things. And he said, it will take 1 year and he'll do it, And, but unfortunately, Mr. Mansha, again, the same thing is happening. He came for a year, he's 92 or 93 years old. He's saying, no, I'm going to stay for 5 years. So let's, these are myths. Let's get to the realities. The government, the smaller the government, the better it's going to be for the people of Pakistan. Can you imagine, organizations, a steel mill in Karachi, we want to revive it. 1 million tons steel mill made by the Soviets in 1964 is going to be revived. Today, there is no steel mill worth its name which is less than 30 million tons. How can you revive this mill with Soviet equipment of the 60s? Ye myths ko chhod de. Whatever we look at us, I mean, we have success stories also. I remember as a businessman, I couldn't get a phone. I would ring up Salman Farooqi, the communication secretary, and I'd say, Salman Saab, could we have some phones in our office? And then the revolution came. We privatized PTCL, we got Telenor, we got Uphone, we got Mobilink. And look, have you all the younger people ever heard a problem with a phone? And our price of making a call to Karachi is more than making one to New York. This is success. This is what we have to speak up and say, what the hell are we doing? The chairman of PIA, the new chairman of PIA is a good friend of mine. He comes from Islamabad also. And he came to see me the other day and I keep on talking to it. We have cannibalized 2 777s ko cannibalize kiya hua hai wahan par. With so many people in that airline and all the things that we hear, if you don't have an airline, you're not going to get tourist industry also. Whenever you come into a country, every flight is delayed and all that, So let's the message go from you people also that we need to have efficient and these losses that the government, every 7-8 years we go to the IMF. We go back to the same thing, the same problem. The real problem is never cured. There are leakages where the money is going. For example, the biggest leakage is the discos of Pakistan. When you put in electricity, let's say 20,000 megawatts, 70% is paid out. Billions and billions of rupees are circular debt is being created every day. So what's the problem? You don't want to privatize politically, don't do it. Create a competition. In Delhi, there were 58% line losses. And then the government got fed up. They brought in Tata, Reliance, SR, 3 companies and created competition. And today, line losses are down to 8%. What is the problem in Lahore if we can have 2 more utilities? Why do we have to have only, let's keep it. 2 more competitive companies will come. Either they will swim or survive, we don't know. But the fact of the matter is, let there be a competition. Let there be, it's public money, which we could be spending for our development. So why are we throwing away all these resources? Nothing will happen. I can guarantee you, you create competition, no labor is going to come out and say, this will happen or that will happen. So isliye, and also let's be generous to people who have done work. Islamabad Lahore motorway was made with an investment of 29 billion rupees. I just completed a cement plant in Hub for 445 billion rupees, So that's what a great deal we had, And we are talking about corruption and all these things, Whatever we have made, look at it. Now on the television, I hear all the time, we took so much money. Where is the money gone? Well, look, if we have had some of the best power projects, LNG projects, the coal power waste projects, on one side you have borrowed and one side you have assets. Nobody talks about the assets. They only talk about what you have borrowed. So, we need to really think through and now let's get on with, creating jobs. Or if we do not, Lahore can become the largest garment industry in the world, in my opinion. Look at Bangladesh. From where they started. Today, they are the 2nd largest garment manufacturers in the world after China. Their reserves are $45 billion and they are improving at the rate of $400 to $500 million every month. आप देखिए, Those simple people that we thought, these guys can't do it, they've done it. So let's keep things simple. चीज़ों को छोटा करें. Government should be reduced. Or it's good for your profession. We'll need thousands of more accountants. There should be so much competition about, jobs and all that we can't secure because there are not enough people. So ये चारी चीज़ों को देखें, and that's where I think let's improve our relations with the rest of the world. There are no enemies. Hitler surrendered in 1945. Japanese surrendered in 1945. And look at where they are today. The Marshall Plan or MacArthur's development, what he did after the war. So my message to you people is, because you are very influential people, you are professionals, you have relationships everywhere with politicians, the armed forces, bureaucracy. So I would suggest that ये message दें लोगों को कि लोगों को काम करने दें. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mia Mohammad Mansha, the chairman, Nishat Group of Pakistan. We're extremely honored. Robert Stenhouse, the ACCA president, if you could please come up, and Sajid Aslam and Mohammad Shahid Khan, the head of business development for the North region. If you could please come up on the stage, we'd like to give a token of appreciation to our guests. And Umar Zahir Mir, the chairman of our members network panel, if you could please also come up on the stage. Sir, we would like to present a memento to you for coming here and inspiring our audience today. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? We need to be a little bit at the back. They're also capturing it. Thank you. Sir, thank you so much. Thank you so much for taking out the time and being here at the ACCA Pakistan Leadership Conversation 2019. Thank you. Can the fraternity give a huge round of applause to our guest for today? Thank you. Just reiterating that all the photographs and the live webcast that we are doing, you can follow it with the hashtag PLC2019. And we are collating all of these discussions over on our Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter feeds as well. We're also showing you the app that we are following for those of you who have just joined us. This is called slido.com. And the first panel discussion that we'll have towards the later half of the day will be following the hashtag PLC3. So feel free to log on to this website. This is completely data protected. There is no email, there's no phone number that is required because ACCA holds the GDPR guidelines very close to its heart because we're all about celebrating the integrity, and this is completely protected. Time for the guests to leave. We'll carry on with our address. You've spoken about how ACCA is holding the value of opportunity very close to its heart. And Sajid started off the day by mentioning that we started off the vision of ACCA as the association in 1909 with just 8 people coming on board and fighting for a particular cause. And what I would like to share is that in 1904, the values that ACCA holds very true to itself were also penned down. So they are the values of innovation, diversity, accountability, integrity, and they are still very much intact to this date because we still apply all of those principles in our daily proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our chief guest, Mr. Makhdoom Hashim Jawan Bakht, the Finance Minister, Government of Punjab. Sir, you've taken out the time to be here for this very important occasion, very important conversation that we're having, and we're extremely honored to have you. Please join me in welcoming our chief guest, Mr. Makhdoom Hashim Jawan Bakht, the Finance Minister, Government of Pakistan. Comfortable with this mic?
Perfectly fine. Assalamu alaikum ji. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. While I had a different topic in mind, which was rethinking the role of business leaders of the future, I think I'll take the lead from where Mansha Saab was talking about, and I think we can build on that. So inefficiencies in the government and the size of the government are a really big concern. Mansha Saab touched upon the wheat and the food employees. So let me give you an example of what really happens in the food department, and this is riveting. So over the last 10 years, we've built a debt of 447 billion rupees of buying wheat, storing wheat, and selling wheat. And in this entire process, the beneficiaries are probably less than 10%. Most of it goes to refinancing of existing debt stocks, towards the banking sector, towards storage, towards pilferage. And the spirit in which this was started has never been achieved. So this year, we have significantly brought down, owing to the better international prices which are being offered to Pakistan, in lowering our debt levels. So that's just one of the things which we have looked into. It wasn't a small size, but thankfully, inefficiencies of the system are being looked at. One of the most important things which I would like to share with you is that when your spending envelope shrinks, your development, you need to look at how to create economic stimulus in the economy. We feel that private sector has a larger role to play than it ever has before. I think government's role has to be to facilitate this private sector. So when we talk about ease of doing business, it is more of a term used to measure where we are on the World Bank ranking. However, we've taken a more holistic approach. And for the first time in Punjab, we are looking to implement, well, it's still in its embryonic stage, so I won't comment on it in detail. But what I would like you to know is that this government, for the first time, is looking at each and every regulation that exists in the province of Punjab with a business orientation. Each department will be tasked to look at each and every law, each and every regulation, with a certain standardized measure of whether this is business friendly, whether this is supported by law, is it necessary? And you go through that filtration process and you achieve a smaller number of only viable regulation and laws which are required to govern. The size of government has expanded over the past many years, the 7 decades. And the level of inefficiencies which have crept in are substantial. For example, in Lahore, we have the the metro bus service. In the 3 cities where metro is provided, we are subsidizing it by ₹1 billion a month. So it's around about 12 odd billion which we spend on subsidizing in 3 main cities of this province. It's been used by the riders, but what hasn't come about is how we can help the government in reducing these subsidies. These are larger tracks where never has the thought arisen of why don't we advertise these buses? Why do they need to run with the generic red color of theirs? Why can't some multinational take them, local corporate take them, brand them? Why can't the government earn advertising revenues from these services? Why can't there be kiosks? Why can't there be some more cross sell? The orientation is not as such to question these things and how we can reduce our subsidies going forward. So that sort of an orientation has come about. Even overall, when we talk about policy, when I believe there was some discussion on the growth rate which we want to target of 7%, and how do we want to achieve it? The two low-hanging fruits which we feel is the agri sector and the SME sector. When we talk about agriculture, it's agriculture productivity which we are wanting to talk about. So that includes agriculture department, food department, irrigation, livestock and fisheries. One of the things which we want to take forward is that we are wanting to combine and bring them under one umbrella of agriculture productivity and have somebody from the bureaucracy, a senior resource, look at it from an economic orientation, because the administrative secretaries are too busy in the day-to-day affairs. So those synergies which need to come together have to come together from a more spatial view. Just a few things which I thought I'd share with you so that you understand where we are going. We have also tried to assess that in today's time, what is the government's main resource generating item? Where can we raise revenues from, or what are our biggest assets? And in Punjab, it's the land of the province, of the government which it owns. We need to unlock the wealth of cities. Their revenue generation capacity is significantly higher than where we have, with the orientation with which we have looked so far. So I just wanted to touch upon these things so that you do understand that we are cognizant of the issues at hand and the way we want to take things forward. I think by providing this ease of doing business, we really feel that the growth stimulus is going to come from the private sector, as it should. Private sector needs to have that impetus to grow, and the government needs to take on the role, the primary role of being the facilitator of this growth. When we talk about 1 million jobs, this youth bulge, it's getting absorbed. It's not that the government engine should grow to absorb all of this. It is for the government to ensure that the facilitation process is such that we achieve those double-digit growth rates in which the private sector absorbs. So all our policies have to be business friendly. Over the last 7 years, the government has spent over 2 trillion rupees in development. But it has such a huge regional disparity that the per capita development of Rajanpur is below 4,000 rupees and the one spent in district of Lahore is 90,000 rupees. So we have concentrated too much and developed only a few load centers. New intermediate cities need to be developed. And we are taking this forward. We are deciding that in the coming years, at least 10 more new intermediate cities with master plans are brought into the economic growth network and with peripheral industrial estates. So that sort of a longer term planning is also taking shape. I just want to assure you that the way we are taking planning forward is not restricted by the term of our tenure. We are not suffering from myopia here. Some of our achievements will be within the 5-year period, but some of them, for which we are setting the trajectory right, will be a longer term thing. But for that, today, उसकी सिमत का हमने सही तायुन कर लिया. I see many captains of industries. I see that the world is completely changing. We have missed out on our earlier industrialization phase when the world moved from an agrarian society to an industrialization phase. Pakistan wasn't, or can't claim to be one of the top leaders. But when this new age is upon us of digitization, I think we can really leapfrog and make up for a lot of our lost time if we are able to become innovative. And that both the private sector and the government both have to change, both have to be innovative. On that note, in the end, having said that, while innovation is very important, I think the fundamentals of business remain the same, which is that humility will always be valued and integrity will be the most important building block of any business. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, the Finance Minister, Government of Pakistan, Mr. Makhdoom Hashim Jawanbakht. Thank you so much for coming out. Robert, I'd like to request you to please come up back on the stage. And if Sajid Aslam can also join us, and Asad Hamid Khan, the head of markets for ACCA Pakistan, if he's around, if he can also join us. We'd like to present a memento on behalf of ACCA to the Finance Minister. Sir, if you could please come up. Hashim Jawanbakht, ladies and gentlemen. We have another memento as well. Thank you to our chief guest, ladies and gentlemen, Makhdoom Hashim Jawanbakht, the Finance Minister, Government of Punjab. Thank you so much for taking out the time, sir. I'm just going to settle down the crowd. So the minister spoke about integrity, and putting that into action is also very key. So the next person that I'm going to call up on the stage is going to tell you about how important integrity is and how important it is, especially for a country like Pakistan, in which we are talking about growing the economy and being optimistic about it. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Sajjad Mustafa Sayyed, the Chief Executive Officer of Excellence Delivered.
Assalamu alaikum ji. First of all, I'm glad and honored and really proud to be part of ACCA's thank you leadership conference. सुबह से एक बड़ी despondency पहले Mansha साहब, who's a great mentor and I always seek his advice, and certainly a very large client of ours. And then subsequently, थोड़ी सी despondencies छा गई थी. I come from a background where I've been called an eternal optimist. I always, we as a company and I as an individual, always look at the brighter side of things. So whilst there might be a lot wrong, I think there's a lot going on as well. And making Naya Pakistan is a long-term strategy for some of us who had the expectations that overnight the world is going to change. We are going to wake up one day and Pakistan is going to be a completely different country. So मैं तो सबको ये कहता हूँ, मैंने recently अपना house renovate कराया था. It took 2 years. If you're trying to make a new country, it's going to take a lot longer. With that expectation in mind, just to tell you a little bit about our story, I asked Sajid, what should I talk about? And he said, talk about your own story. So about 10 years ago, we started as a little company out of nowhere, getting into a business where we had the giants like multinational companies like Siemens and IBM who were ruling it. We started the first company with 2 people on board. Today, by the grace of God, we are in 4 countries. We have about 300 odd consultants. We are the biggest in what we do by far. We do mainly SAP and Oracle implementations. And what has stood us apart are 2 main things, are what I would say are core values. The first and foremost being what we call our unflinching integrity. When we started the company, we said that at no point in time, we would actually compromise on our core values. We would never compromise on integrity, no matter what the cost. And actually, it ended up being a very good business strategy. We were the first ones who voluntarily signed an integrity pact with Government of Pakistan. And we said that in case any of our employees is caught in any activity which is illegal, like bribes or so on and so forth, we would pay 100 times the value of the contract. So we put these shackles around ourselves. And that in itself was a great business strategy. We took a lot of short-term losses by not compromising on our core values. And in the long term, they really, really helped us, be it our dealings with the tax department, the customs, and so on and so forth. The second thing that set us apart was our innovativeness of our business model. Being in IT, and a lot of people talked about, the minister also talked about digitization and so on and so forth. We were constantly evolving. Now, one of the main things, we are an ERP company, which is brick and mortar, setting up SAPs, setting up financial systems, HR systems, payroll systems, and so on, supply chain systems, and so on and so forth. We turned around and we said, the world is going towards digitization and AI and blockchain and so on and so forth. Let's invest there. About 5 years ago, we set up a center of innovation. We were a very small company then. We still invested in R&D and we developed certain products. And today, I'm proud to announce that we have now set up one of the largest portals in the country, which is about to launch, called Hunar Kar. We've signed up 1,200, almost 1,300 now, artisans all across the country from 50 cities and rural areas. And these are the people which are the poorest of this country. These are the women in cities like Mitti and Sakhar. There are people in Ladkana. There are all these artisans in Hala. There are people in 10 different sectors like furniture and so on and so forth. We'll be bringing them, we'll be selling them locally, we'll be selling them internationally. We partnered with Amazon. And over the year, and the beauty of the entire model is that 90% of the sale value goes to the artisan in the ruralmost areas. We have also organized loans from them, working capital loans for them, for these SMEs. These are the models which are going to change, and these are the kind of things which help the real GDP. And over there, we are slightly dependent on government, which is where I think the problem of the business model arises. Now, with the power of hindsight, had we not been dependent on them, I think we would have gone significantly further. But this is where I think government help and support is needed in a little bit. And that is not in terms of any value or cash from them, but having the right legislation, having the right processes, having the right laws. So our transaction is taxed properly, our transaction is monitored properly. These are the type of things where we need support. However, to everybody, to the leaders over here, it is our moral responsibility, I believe. One is to make sure that we act with integrity. And number 2, our employees act with integrity. At least we as corporate sector have to ensure that we uphold the values that we preach. Number 1. Number 2, we have a moral obligation to the country that made us what we are today. Our model, although we all have to be profit driven, we totally believe that one of our core values is superior profitability, because I think that moves the economic engine. What is also more important is to share the wealth. And I truly believe that if we set up a model where we develop our wealth, we bring in more and more people, we do more financial inclusion, and we increase the size of the pie, our wealth, our profitability will also increase. Right now, we have 10 to 20% of a very small cake, right? So I always say that having 100% of nothing is significantly lower than having 30% of something. So we have to increase the size of the pie. We have to look outward. Right now, I think we are too conservative. We continuously look at business here. We are fighting over a very small pie. The world is our oyster. Yesterday in Karachi, I was talking to a gentleman from High Commission of UK, and I told them this is the time that we want to go and set up in UK. We recently bought a company in Australia. A lot of people sit with the business community all the time, and they're worried about Chinese products coming in and bankrupting our textile industry and this and that. And I turn around and say that the CPEC road, which comes from China to Pakistan, also goes from Pakistan to China. The same amount of lanes. So while they come here, we should look aggressively and go and sell there. With this note, I again thank ACCA for, because my time is running out, I thank ACCA for giving me the opportunity to sponsor this, and we'll continue the support. We did it last year, we'll continue to do it next year. I wish everybody here a very best of luck, and I hope and pray that we all act with integrity and work for financial inclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much about that, Sajjad Saab, and rightly so, because the opportunities are two ways, and we can definitely explore them and see how Pakistan can benefit as a nation. Robert, if you could please come up on the stage, and Sajid Aslam, if you could also please come up. We'd like to give Shahid Khan, if you could also come up on the stage. We'd like to give a memento to Sajjad Sayed Saab, the Chief Executive Officer of Excellence Delivered. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. EXD is also one of our strategic partners for the Pakistan leadership. Congratulations. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much for that. Whilst everybody is getting off from the stage, in your attendee packs on your tables, there is a one-page summary of ACCA professional insights that you can go through. All the research reports and all of our artworks that you see displayed is from the professional insights that ACCA develops every year. There are barcodes there as well. So if you want to access the actual research report, you can also do that. I'd like to now call up on this stage, since we've spoken a lot about how strategic business leaders are going to be the backbone of any economy. I'd like to call up on stage Robert Stenhouse, the ACCA President and Director with the National Accounting and Audit, Deloitte UK. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of ACCA for his keynote remarks.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for attending ACCA's Pakistan Leadership Conversation in 2019. As I said, my name is Robert Stenhouse, and I'm President of ACCA, and it's an actual privilege and pleasure to be with you here today. I'm glad to be sharing some thoughts and concepts on strategic business leadership. Now, as with all these things, we prepare some words up front, but actually, having given the context of the speakers that have already been before, it would be foolish of me not to change my words to reflect them. And the first thing I'd say is, if you didn't realize what you've just received the recipe for success from both sides, or multiple sides of the economy. And so I really do recommend that you process what you've just heard and the insights that you've been given, both from Mr. Mancha and the Minister, okay, because those insights are hugely valuable. We talk about insights, and insights are very important to the ACCA. We mentioned this document, which provides some of the details of professional insights. And why do we provide professional insights? We provide professional insights to give you some foundation on which to base your judgments and strategies. So I'm going to mention, so I do recommend you look at this, because many of the subject matters that were mentioned earlier today, the keys are here. The knowledge is here. The ability for you to talk in an informed basis is here. I'd like to talk about actually two aspects of our professional insights. One is on the drivers for change. And they're themes that were touched on by our previous speakers. So why are these drivers so important? Because nobody knows the future, but we know, or we can identify the drivers that are leading us towards the future that we have. ACCA did some work, conducted a whole lot of research and interviews to identify 4 drivers for change. And this isn't rocket science. But why do we do it? To provide a framework for you to make judgments and strategies. So the first driver is regulation and stronger governance. And if you've been listening, there was a challenge around regulation. Now, if you read the ACCA Insight, the challenge is increased regulation. Whereas Mr. Mancha was saying, okay, we have too much regulation. Well, how do those things align? Well, I think ACCA would say, as a global body, we support global standards, global regulation. So how might, and when we were talking about, and the minister talked about what regulation needed to be there, I think you need to challenge, or the government needs to be challenged, if global standards are being gold-plated. Because global standards are important in terms of global competitiveness and trust in the global community. However, if you're adding layers on layers on a global standard, there has to be a very good reason for it. The second driver is digital technologies. Okay, we've heard about this. The minister has identified the issue around, we talk about the 4th Industrial Revolution. The minister identified the potential for economies to leapfrog in development terms by the recognition of the advantages that come from digital technologies. So if your strategy doesn't include digital technologies, then you have a problem. The third one is globalization. Okay, we heard about I'm very aware from our discussions in Karachi about the opportunities from CPEC, okay, the global opportunities that exist. Mr. Mancha talked about the global opportunities available. So again, if your strategy doesn't consider global aspects, then maybe something is missing. The final bit I'd like to talk about goes to public trust. And that's public interest expectations and the aspect of ensuring that everything we do creates public value. And that means sharing value and making sure value is created fairly for all parts of society. And I think that was touched on too. in those 2 points. So, as I say, it's really important that if you're developing a strategy from an entrepreneurial point of view to coincide with government plans and to influence government, that those drivers need to be considered. So from the finance professional point of view, what do our finance professionals need to be like to be able to influence, to be able to develop the plans and strategies which we heard are needed and to execute on them? Well, ACCA has done some insight work on this too, and we've identified 7 professional quotients. It's not surprisingly that ethical and technical competencies are at the start of them, but there are some other things that are needed. Okay, the ability to acquire and use knowledge and thinking and problem solving. Emotional intelligence. Okay, you've just heard 2 people talk about different aspects of the same issue. Now, if you're going to make the most of that, you need the ability to be able to talk to both sides and think about where they're coming from, what are their drivers, and how do you make sure that appropriately you recognize their position. Creativity, the ability to use existing knowledge and make connections and generate new ideas. Vision, to extrapolate from the past into the future. Okay? And both, you heard 2 visions today. Okay? How can you build on those visions? Digital. The open-mindedness to embrace new technologies and to see the advantages and mitigate the risks. And finally, the understanding from experience of what wider society needs so that your plans can be acceptable as a whole. So I do encourage you to look at the professional quotient. Some are more easily developed and managed, but we all have a role to do in all stages of our career to actually embrace those. How is this insight, how do we encourage the development of this insight? Well, ACCA has developed its qualification to recognize all of the insight work that we do, particularly around the strategic business leadership aspect. And so we have the final paper, we've changed it. And now students now have to use a blend of technical and professional and ethical skills to evaluate in a case study scenario, not only the technical aspects, but the ability to communicate those aspects to various stakeholders. And you saw 2 examples of the stakeholders that need to be balanced here today. So, I think it was hugely encouraging to hear about how important the accountancy profession is for economies to grow and prosper, and actually the potential that there is in Pakistan with a youthful population. And many of you here today are the business leaders that your country needs. And ACCA is proud to be helping you to develop the business leaders you need in the future. So, again, I'm hugely honored, and I've never been to an ACCA event where the development of the profession is so closely developed or closely linked to the development of the country. So, and it's hugely refreshing to see the open discussion that you have of all the important topics in the leadership conversation here today. And I'm really looking forward to the panels and the further discussion of the issues that have been brought up so clearly earlier this morning. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert. We're heading now for the first panel discussion because a lot of the discussions are being around upholding integrity, and we're also going to see what are going to be some of the business models for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, we're commencing now with our first panel discussion, and the thematics for this is business models of the future, convergence of emotional intelligence and artificial intelligence, the possibilities. Just like before, for those of you who are joining us a bit late, we have the slido.com, which is available, in which we are collating all the discussions from our Pakistan leadership conversations. And for this particular panel discussion, you'll be following the hashtag PLC3. So just log on to the website, search PLC3, and you'll be in panel discussion 3, where you can leave your comments, queries, and any questions that you have. The same is applicable to our webinar attendees who are also joining us. And since this is a CPD event, then the ACCA members can also claim their CPD hours. I'm going to call up on stage our keynote speaker for the first panel discussion, Mr. Salim Ghori, the Chief Executive Officer of NetSol Technologies. Salim Saab is a renowned IT entrepreneur recognized globally, and he envisioned a dream of Pakistan having its own leading IT platform, which led to the beginning of his entrepreneurial journey 39 years ago. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Salim Ghori, the CEO of NetSol Technologies.
Thank you very much. I was just going through intelligence and artificial intelligence debate, my career of 40 years in technology, and the buzzword of AI has been there since the beginning. So pondering the difference between AI, artificial intelligence and intelligence, and I come to a conclusion. Artificial intelligence is when Google, after my typing in 4 letters, knows what I want and just bring it on to me. Now that is AI, artificial intelligence. What is intelligence? Well, intelligence is very simple. That I'm about to say a word of you, just say, and my wife already knows what I'm about to say. Now that's intelligence. And I'm not sure which I should worry more, AI or intelligence in my life. But I think I'll be more wary of the intelligence itself. But that was on a just lighter note. Artificial intelligence is a buzzword for a very long time. The first time it came up was in 1956 by John Patrick in an academic seminar, and it talked about how machines will be smarter and how they will, do things in a different manner. But it's been there for a long time, but its real impact is now we can feel the impact now. It's happening now. The first time we saw the actual AI impact was when Deep Blue beat Garry Kasparov in chess game. The grandmaster of chess was beaten by a computer in its own game. Now that was what AI was about. So computers can think and can really plan and decide. That was it was about at that time. Well, that was a long time ago. That was 23 years ago. It's changing very rapidly now. AI is now actually in reality with us. How did that happen? Well, how does AI work actually? AI simply works with data. The more the data we have, the better machines can then use that data to decide what could be done, what's to be done. And that's where it's happening now. Last 10 years have changed our life completely. 30 years before that in my career, 10 years, the last 10 years are unbelievable how rapidly things have changed in the technology cycle itself. The collection of data has just didn't happen. It's just how the social media came up, and we are all very willing to share every day of our activity, everything about ourselves. We are willing to share our emotions. We are willing to share where we are. We're willing to share where we're going. We're willing to share every bit of ourselves, and that's where the data is coming in. Humongous amount of data is coming in for now machines to decide what's good for us. Now, I wrote a lot of notes about AI, but listen to Makhdoom Hashim, and I think that's very important to come to this main subject of Pakistan, its emergence and convergence. What's happening? What's going to happen to Pakistan itself? Well, as I said, NetSol company founded in 1996, now 23 is making. And we came up with a dream to build something which will go to the global arena and compete with the best of the best. That was a dream. That was the idea. That was, brought me back to Pakistan, not knowing exactly how it will happen. Had no idea at all. I wasn't even sure we'll have the people's quality which we need to go to the global arena. That was the most critical of concerns I had at that time. My dreams are good, but they cannot be in reality if we do not have that kind of skill set or people with that kind of smartness or creativity, which can make any organization to be a global organization. I was very surprised when coming into Lahore and setting a very small enterprise with only 4 people, and how we were able to just bring in young people from schools of Lahore, and whatever I gave them to do, it was unbelievable how smartly and how creative they were to build that part of the puzzle which was needed. So much so that we became the best vendor in Asia Pac in the first 6 years, and our biggest customer was Mercedes-Benz Finance in that region. And it wasn't, surprising, because it's amazing how the people we got together were able to develop systems which were needed by Mercedes-Benz for their business to grow. Their business was very new in Asia Pac. They have created these financing companies to lend money for their vehicles. So it was a new business. They needed new software, and here we were. We were very lucky to be there at the right time, at the right place, to take what they needed to offer the services. And so it's not that we were lucky not to get the customer, but we were lucky to have the people who were able to develop those mission critical applications which Mercedes-Benz needed at that time of their business startup. Now this is 23 years on, and today we still have that very first Mercedes customer in Thailand. And then not that, we have 12 countries in a region of Asia Pac, including Japan, China, Korea, Malaysia, Indonesia, Australia, India, you name it. The total business of Mercedes-Benz is now managed, which is over $20 billion portfolio is managed by the software developed by Netsoul Resources in Lahore, Pakistan. Now that is not a simple ask. I can assure you that application is a very smart and application which takes care of a humongous amount of data, and not just data, but looks after the running of the total portfolio. How that come about? Well, it was develop and design the resources from the local schools, from local universities, and these kids are smart. So I hear a lot of talk and chatter that we have missed the revolutions, but we are not ready for the fourth revolution. Why? We don't have the skill set. We don't have the resources. Well, I totally disagree with that notion. This is a very negative notion. It's a very, a failure notion. You fail, before trying, you're failing yourself by saying that we don't have the skill set and resources. Totally disagree with that notion, because we are the proof of having the people, even not having skills, we were able to train and prepare people for those skills we needed to make sure we develop applications which was of that world level. We have beaten 5 global companies just about 4 months ago to win a major contract with a German automaker to deliver a same simple application worth about $35 million. And we were competing with the best of the world, even India. We won that contract to deliver the system simply because we were able to prove not that we have the application, but we have the skill set and people of the ability to deliver that application. Now, how can someone tell me that we don't have the skills, or people who are not capable of doing the system? I totally disagree with that notion. I believe we are very capable, and we can now train and prepare people to be on the fourth revolution, which is coming in now. We are there. I don't believe we can miss this sport now. We are in it, and we have to make sure we are part of this revolution. I'm very positive, simply because proven and given this confidence that we can bring in the skill set of people to do that. So Netsoul is working on it now. We have developed an R&D team which is working on AI and machine learning for the last 1 year, and we have some amazing results. We're going to convert our systems into very smart systems, and they will be smart. They will have a lot of intelligence built into them, all done and developed in our Lahore facility by the Lahore, just not Lahore resources coming out all of Pakistan. So I just want to leave this here with the thought here. Let's not just say that we don't have the people. So let's build the people. Let's be the builder. Let's not be saying that we cannot do it. I am one of those who believe in the people, and I believe that we can build it. So I am ready, and we are ready to go for the full revision. We are ready to go to the market. And we are really excited about that. One more thing, and really appreciate Sajjad Saeed talked about CPAC. Now, China is our largest market today. We have captured 40 largest lenders in the Chinese market as our customers. We are the largest provider from the global vendors in the China today of our software in that market. Our customers are managing portfolio of. So we are able to do China for the last 17 years, able to capture the market. I don't understand why others cannot do that. So CPEC doesn't need to be one-way street. We can go back to the same road and sell our goods and product. Nextdoor have done that. And Nextdoor have done very, very well. Today we have the largest setup beside Lahore we have in Beijing. Over 150 Pakistani kids are now sitting in Beijing or different cities delivering our system to the Chinese market. It is very doable. It is surely very doable. You just need to go and look at the niche areas. There's so many niche areas in that market. Chinese software companies are not at par. They're good at hardware. They're still behind the software. So there's a gap in there. Go and capture that gap. Go look for that niche for yourself. I always recommend more than services, find your own product development and find a niche to develop. We will have a bigger market. With that, I will not take much time. Thank you very much, ACCA, to bring us together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Salim Sir, for alluding on a very important topic of artificial intelligence, and we do realize that that's the future for Pakistan as well. We're quickly heading off now to our first panel discussion after that keynote, and I'll be calling up our esteemed panel on the stage. I'll encourage all the audience who are here to please feel free to ask any questions that you have in person, or if you have a longer set of questions, then you can also join up and go to slido.com. If we can flash that slide for everybody as well. You'll be looking at the hashtag PLC3, and the hashtag PLC3 is only for the attendees who want to put in any questions or comments on Slido. Otherwise, all the discussions are being collated on different social media platforms and networking websites on hashtag PLC 2019. We'll start off by inviting the first panelist on the stage, Mr. Sajjad Mustafa Sayyed, the Chief Executive Officer of Excellence Delivered. Sir, if you could please come up. Our next panelist is Mr. Khurram Zafar, the Country Director of 47 Ventures, which is a Pakistan-focused international venture capital fund. He is also the director with the National Incubation Center, Lahore, which is situated at LAMS, and he is also a member of the Prime Minister's Task Force on Knowledge Economy. Welcome, Khurram Saab, for being here. Thank you. Mr. Amin Ali, the partner with Howard Hussain, is our next panelist for today. Amin Saab, thank you so much for coming. We're also joined by Fatma Asad Said, the Regional Director, Abacus Consulting. Fatma, if you could also come up, thank you so much. Our next and final panelist is Mr. Zishan Shahid, Partner Forensic and SNO, Deloitte Yusuf Adil. And steering this entire panel would be our very own Mr. Zishan Afzal, the Global Chief Executive Officer, Shahid Afridi Foundation, and Managing Director, C100 Think Tank. Over to you, Zishan.
Thank you. So I think I have a mic at the wrong place. So if I can move this. Let's read. I'm sorry? This is something with me. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. अभी 12 नहीं बजे, अभी टाइम है हमारे पास सुबह के लिए. Anyhow, thank you, Sajid. Thank you, Robert, for flying all the way from UK. Thank you, Sajid, for organizing this beautiful conference. I was there in the Karachi conference, and such an amazing energy was there. So, artificial intelligence, emotional intelligence, EQ, very interesting topic these days. मैं इसको define कैसे करता हूँ in my own words. एक ज़माना था when we were looking at gold as the next big thing, and then came the black gold, which was oil. So for us, data now is the new oil, and the content is the gold. So I call it the e-oil, the artificial intelligence, the emotional intelligence. It is shaping the future of the world. It is shaping the future. How it will shape the future of Pakistan, that will define us. I welcome all my panelists today here. With this, I would like to take a first question with all of the panelists. Artificial intelligence, if you look at the global economy, I was reading a research yesterday, is going to change the world with a US dollar 200 billion economy, out of which 80% will be robots. And that is how the world will change. So my first question with all these panelists, I'll start from my right here, have two parts. One is, how do you see artificial intelligence playing its role? हमने global के बारे में तो बहुत सुन लिया. How do you see AI changing the future in Pakistan? And how do you see the convergence of emotional intelligence combined with artificial intelligence shaping the future of our economy in Pakistan? Zishan, we're starting with you first.
Thank you, Zishan. We share the same name. On that topic, Pakistan, obviously we have a diverse spectrum where some industries are technology oriented, some industries are nascent when it comes to technology. But artificial intelligence is surely going to be coming in with a big impact, starting from the technology and the financial services and the payment systems and those industries which have readily been accepting this technology. And this is the competitive edge. The companies who will not be adopting this artificial intelligence or any data-driven, intelligence approach to their business are going to be left behind by the competitive edge that other competitors can come in. Meaning, we can get all excited about the $20 billion coming in, $100 billion coming in, but that means there are companies who are going to be coming in. You're looking at the Pakistani market, and they will have that competitive edge. So there are still industries in Pakistan which are really not that technology friendly, or they have a fragmented technology governance culture where you have certain technology champions but not a lot of stakeholder involvement in that. They risk losing to the competition who's going to come in. I can just reflect back 3-4 years ago when when the telecom companies started those microfinance and other payment system things. The old bankers were not really taking them seriously. And today you see them as serious competition to these large banks as alternative provider of capital or alternative payment system provider. So that's just an example of if you don't adapt technology and artificial intelligence, you're going to be left behind. Emotional intelligence convergence with that, unfortunately, has two dimensions. One is obviously that if the AI, which is now sensing that if I need to send my kid to a tuition, so it's sending me a text message based on my advertising history or anything, browsing history. If it gets empowered with emotional intelligence, that could go in the positive and negative directions. So again, it will provide a customizable customer experience. So it's again going to be a competitive edge for some business.
Thank you, Zishan. Very good insights that how things will change in the future. Fatima, coming to you now. The basic question again. How do you see AI and EI changing the future of Pakistan? And how do you see that? I know you're involved with a lot of consulting with a lot of your clients. So how do you see this AI and EI, EQ with EI changing the future economy of Pakistan in the next 5 years?
Thank you so much, and assalamu alaikum, everyone. We have to fundamentally look at how the paradigm and the ecosystem is changing around us. That is the starting point. We talk about certain uncertainty and unpredictability that is there in the environment. So we talk about artificial intelligence playing a significant role, and this is what most of the speakers have also talked about, the changing trends that surround us. However, there is a fundamental part of that change, which is the people element. So you have artificial intelligence, robotics, big data, which is defining how businesses function, as well as your social infrastructure also functions, because everything is integrated. Yeah. Then you have what they say from a Mercer perspective, the human age. How does the human learning agility allow organizations to respond to what their objective is? So it's about linking up a process which is integrative enough, which is allowing organizations to be agile, which ensure that there is an integration from the strategic objectives right to how the roles are defined and what kind of people you have. The second step is managing the ability of not only from an emotional intelligence perspective, but also the capability from a learning agility, because there is a lot of relearning, unlearning and relearning that has to take place for organizations to not only go into the future, but they have to stay relevant, they have to sustain their growth as well. So the concept of emotional intelligence is beyond what computers and robots and algorithms can do for you. It is about empathy, it is about perceptiveness, it's about self-awareness, which will be the fundamental of how you manage your people. So the human capital becomes the most strategic asset that an organization has, and how it facilitates the other aspects of an organization.
I think that's a very great point, because when we talk about artificial intelligence and AI, there's a general fear in everyone that robots will replace humans. But what Fatima has said is a very key point, that emotional intelligence is us. We will have to drive this. The human capital will always be very important in defining the future. So, Amin, coming back to you with the same question, a little bit about Pakistan. How do you see AI and EI changing the shape of economy in Pakistan, and how do you see this going forward? What will, as an overall economy which is not technology driven, we heard Salim Gauri was one of the largest IT exporters, but looking at Pakistan, which is one of the largest populations in the world, I think in the top 5 or top 10 it comes in. We do not have technology companies as the globe has it, except for 1 or 2 or 3, we are lacking behind. So how do you see this changing?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Dishan. Thank you, ACCA for arranging this conference. If I look into this question and I just contemplate, I come up with 3 dimensions: the social ecosystem, the people part, and maybe just adding another dimension, which may be the government. If we combine the artificial intelligence and all emotional intelligence, I see a very positive impetus that this technology may give to us and in the years to come. For example, just starting with the government, a couple of days back, I was attending a conference on ease of doing business, and there a website was just made known to us, which was business.punjab.gov. That was actually inculcating all the aspects of businesses, incorporation of companies and everything. If I look into intelligence and the artificial intelligence in that way, what I believe is that in the years to come, it would increase the efficiency of the government, increase the efficiency in terms of doing business and catering to the needs of public. If I look at the public part, what I believe is that, in my personal opinion, the consumer power that is increasing, and over the years to come with this power, this consumer power is going to enhance further. We look at various applications that are coming these days, which actually cater for the spending patterns, the health patterns, the other aspects of the people part. That is going to enhance, and that would actually increase business, and that would increase the effect on the social ecosystem. And I believe, given the fact that you have said that we are one of the most populous countries in the globe, and when we have got certain companies which are doing very good, there is much room that may create further into this business opportunities, and that's why we are there to have much delivery that would be increasing the per capita income and everything. So I have a positive outlook for this increase in artificial intelligence and emotional intelligence.
Perfect. Thank you. I mean, really appreciate it. Khurram, coming back to you with your experience, with such diversified experience, I think if I brand someone as the most techie guy in this panel, would that be you, right? With your ventures and IT background and everything, how do you see? So one thing is technology. So we all believe that technology is changing the future, but at the same time, there is a new addition to the technology which is called artificial intelligence. You have robots generating patterns. You have robots coming up with Twitter feeds, with data analysis, and at the same time, you build the emotional intelligence of the human part. So this now has become another phenomena. How do you see that shaping the future in Pakistan, specifically for Pakistan?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, Zishan. Unfortunately, if I speak into the mic, I won't be able to look at you, so pardon that. I look at AI as a subset of the technology industry in general and the knowledge economy in general. And I think both of these have an immense promise for a country like Pakistan, because it puts everybody who is working in this field, the broader sector, the technology sector, or the knowledge economy sector, or the AI as a subsector of that, onto a very level playing field globally. अगर आप industrial economy, business ventures की बात करें, तो there are tons of impediments. You need, lots of money, you need lots of labor, you have to deal with trade barriers, tariffs, regulations, movement of people back and forth. But technology industry is one industry where, 4 or 5 kids sitting in, Faisalabad or Chichongi Malia or, Hafzabad can develop a product and they can market it to a worldwide global audience, and they'll generally be using the same distribution channels that a company sitting in Palo Alto is using. And I think that is an immense promise of the broader technology industry in itself. And that's something that we need to capitalize upon. And the second thing that I think makes it very promising for a country like Pakistan is that we are always talking about dearth of human capital, dearth of good, trained, skilled human capital. We do have lots of human capital, but it's a genuine concern. Salim alluded to it earlier. They have solved this problem by hiring people and training them. But the beauty of the technology industry in general and the AI field is that it offers an immense leverage on HR. So in no other industry you can have 5, 10, 15, 20 good people build $1 billion company, but you could do that in the IT sector, in the technology sector. And that again, addresses a huge challenge in Pakistan when we talk about, good trained, skilled HR not being available, or is available, the scarcity of it. We can leverage that trained, skilled HR and build large companies and cater to a global customer base. And that's the potential and the promise of AI and technology industry in general that I think all of us need to recognize and exploit.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for some great insights. I think one of the points that you touched was that how technology is changing and going to the rural areas. 4 boys sitting in Burewala or smaller cities are now changing and shaping everything. And the next question, Sajad, I heard your story in Karachi. It was beautiful. I mean, starting with 2 companies, a small capital, how you have transformed the business through technology and how you're giving back. And, I'll come to that ethical point later in my question. I would like the audience to hear that as well. But you tell me, carrying on from Khurram's point, that technology with large human resource that you have and deployed in almost all parts of, how will this change the future of Pakistan, and how artificial intelligence with robots coming in, robots in agriculture, we heard the Minister of Finance say that Pakistan is agriculture-based economy and doing this for wheat and, the fisheries, the poultry side. So how do you see artificial intelligence playing its role in the development of Pakistan economy?
Yeah, good question. Artificial intelligence, first of all, let me just add, is not, frankly, something new. I was in college in 1992 when I first sort of took a course in Introduction to Artificial Intelligence in my computer science. And subsequently, I was part of a team which developed a first case-based reasoning system, and it was called Jannah, believe it or not. So it's been around. It's become relevant today because now we have, because of IoT and internet and Facebook and social media, we now have the data to train our engines properly. So पहले वो data नहीं था. जो mechanisms, theories थी, case based reasoning या rule based reasoning या machine learning की जो बातें होती हैं या robotics की चीजें होती हैं, जो robotics is more of a mechanical thing, but जो decision making होती है, वो data अब हमारे पास है. So the results that artificial intelligence AI system generates is a lot more relevant now. Now, I see a lot of applications of AI in our economy. There are some experiments currently happening in the manufacturing sector, where you actually get very quick data from your manufacturing systems and actually churn it back and improve your controls. So your manufacturing efficiency increases. Same again, similarly, we are doing, I was discussing yesterday with the CEO of a very large FMCG on looking at their sales data all across the province and trying to manage their entire supply chain more efficiently. That data handling aspect and try to come up with a better forecasting system कि किस जगह पे किस store में कितना होना चाहिए और sale असल में, and trying to predict actually that when temperature is so much and humidity is so much and the GDP of that particular area is so much, so how much of their product they are going to use, so they can predict and improve their supply chain. So इस तरीके से we'll have more and more efficiencies coming in. However, with this and with robotics and other things and with AI, a lot of ethical issues will come in. For instance, the biggest ethical question I pose everybody here, we have driverless cars. So if you have a driverless car going or a car है जो सड़क पे जा रही है and it knows, the system knows that it has to have an accident. एक तरफ एक 9 साल की बच्ची खड़ी हुई है और एक तरफ मेरी उम्र का आदमी खड़ा हुआ है जो एक बिजनेसमैन है और CEO है कंपनी का. किसको मारा जाए?
I think that's where the emotional side comes in. So
no, there is no right answer there, right? Yeah. Now, it is, at the end of the day, AI engine is an artificially intelligent engine. And it knows कि इनमें से किसी एक जगह accident करना है. So at that point, and similarly, there'll be a lot of ethical issues coming up. And I really like, one of the reasons हम ACCA के साथ इतना काम करते हैं, because it focuses on ethics and answering their ethical questions. And I think for the young people sitting here, going forward, अगर आप top 10 jobs देखें, तो उसमें से एक ethical manager भी है, because these are the type of decisions with these new technologies which are going to come in. For instance, now we have we are into this hunar car business, जो ये Pakistani artisans वगैरह. Now, if you look at their models, you can turn around and say, wait a minute, I can have my model right now can look at the designs and predict what would sell. And then I can have a 3D printer which can actually make it. Now, yes, but do you get the artist out of the picture or not? The actual artisan, the actual human being.
I think that is something, there is some reality that we will face. So again, just to conclude this question, like a 10-second, 5-second snapshot, is Pakistan ready for AI and EI?
Absolutely.
Khurram?
Absolutely.
I mean, are we ready? Do we think that our institutions, our educational institutions, our business institutions, and our government, are we ready to embrace technology in terms of AI and emotional intelligence?
Talk about the entire ecosystem. But from a population perspective and the young generation that we have, 60% under the age of 30, these are digital natives. So they're ready to go into that particular space. But if the ecosystem is ready from an educational perspective and from the government perspective, we are learning. But we need to have a very focused plan. That would be my answer.
That's very. I'll come to my second question, and before I would like
just one more point.
Yeah.
मैं कई दफा मजाक में ये भी कहता हूँ on a lighter note that national intelligence से तो 70 years we've experimented. Let's try artificial for a change. Let's see where it takes that.
Well, I'm sure we need that artificial these days, especially with the current situation that is going on. I hope that sense prevails amongst both countries as well. Let me share a very good insight with you. In Pakistan, coming from an investment banking background myself, being an investment banker, sitting on various boards, my ex-colleague have invented Pakistan's first AI-based platform called Base Edge Technologies. So what we used to do, and I used to get reports from my research team, from my sales team on a basically daily call or a daily analysis. So a robot called Dante has been invented in Pakistan. It was all over the news in BBC and Kolkata News and Pakistan News and everywhere. So what this Dante does is he takes information from PSX every day, takes calls from everywhere, and generates a robot-generated call report on a research. And that is the most amazing thing that has happened to Pakistan. I think they are getting a lot of traction. This is how businesses are transforming. What is the downside is my next question. That I would like to ask this question to Fatima and Zishan, because you interact with a lot of businesses in consulting and everyone. How the businesses are taking this forward? I mean, there are a lot of uncertainty, like Zishan and I were talking, amongst the human capital. So if the robot is generating, it's called a robo-journalist, a robo-Twitter, a robo-healthcare. So if all these research reports over the period are graduated through artificial intelligence, the basic need of a junior resource will evaporate, like in thin air. How do you see your businesses coping up with that? And Zishan, I'd like to start with you. How do you see your clients embracing that change and embedding that in their business plans?
Well, it is gradual. You talked about willingness and readiness of governments. I believe there's a lot of enthusiasm at the very top, but there's a lot of lethargy and sabotage quite effectively in the middle tier of certain bureaucracy. So there, the resistance exists, whether we want to go to, full technological or not. Meaning, I think there was a ambition of all the federal ministries going paperless by March 2019. That program did not even take any traction since October last year. So there's a mix of that. Clients and businesses are very much interested in efficiencies, whether they come from regular automation, process improvement, or any artificial intelligence solution that they can get. So there's a lot of willingness, and our businesses are very mature in which solutions they want to pick and go for. Um, Obviously, this has yet to translate into a very phenomenal change in the manufacturing processes or customer delivery processes, but eventually there will be. And you talked about human capital. It was mentioned as well. We need to be very clear that AI or if you talk to some core hardcore technology people, they might choose the word deep learning and machine learning for that. It will take a lot of jobs. That's why there is a talk of universal basic income from Mark Zuckerberg or Elon Musk and technology leaders. AI will replace IBM Watson. It currently can replace a lot of lawyers, and I think there is a forecast that a lot of leading business law schools of all over the globe are going to be seeing a declining trend of recruitment to lawyers because AI is going to replace them. Accountants, unfortunately, are not so different. Although ACCA fraternity is here, meaning an artificial intelligence solution that has gone through all the generally accepted accounting principle literature of not only your IFRS but all the different accounting standards of different countries, can replace a lot of accountants. So the human capital thing is going to be a moral issue, an ethical issue. So businesses, on one hand, do want to adopt all the benefits of that, but have to be cognizant that they are going to have to face the question someday. Great. That they might need a smaller workforce.
Thank you. Just building on your comments, Zishan, Fatima, like Zishan mentioned one of the very key points that there's a lot of fear at the middle tier or the lower tier level, and the business are now looking to adopt the artificial intelligence and the technologies, and the robots are a reality. It is a phenomena that we have to adopt. So if you look at when I was growing up, we had this Kodak. You're the young generation may not know, but this was a film used to do and go and print, and they did not adopt the digital technology, and they are just wiped out from the market. And I think in your age terms, if I speak about Nokia, one of the largest phone manufacturers of the world, not a single phone manufacturer come close to them. They are no more the biggest giants because they did not embrace technology. All the people, the hiring and millions of people lost their jobs. So Fatma, how your business clients building on this fear are now transforming? How do you see this young generation? अभी वो इमरान खान साहब ने तकरीर में अपनी कहा था कि पाकिस्तान की पॉपुलेशन को कंट्रोल करने की जरूरत है. इसी तरह वर्ल्ड पॉपुलेशन इज आल्सो इंक्रीजिंग. सो वी हैव एन इनपुट दैट इज कमिंग इन. With now robots taking over those jobs, where will all of us go suddenly?
So from a organizational standpoint, at Abacus, we talk about transformation. And that is what our mandate is, to be the transformation partner. And what does that include? I mean, look at from a governance perspective, and as I mentioned earlier as well, agility of the organization to transform. The second point that Zishan also very interestingly highlighted is that middle management, not only within the government bureaucracy, but also within organizations, because there's a transition that is happening. You have people, demographics, millennials joining the organization, then you have more seasoned, experienced leaders, business leaders who are sitting at the top, defining and directing the vision of the organization. The middle tier tends to become a bit of it's become sluggish at that particular point in time, unless within the organization there's a transformative process in the DNA of the organization to continuously learn and be cognizant of the fact that we have to evolve, we have to transform, and we have to look into what is it that our customer needs. That is an extremely important. So just as the business environment is changing, what Khurram and Sajad were also mentioning earlier, there is a great energy, there is a great potential in the rural areas as well as in the urban areas. Of course, that's where the change is coming. But you have individuals who are coming into the workforce from all different angles, from all different parts of society, from all academic backgrounds. How is that organization nurturing and harnessing not only the emotional intelligence, but their ability to operate in an enabling environment? And that becomes extremely critical. So transformation is not just about implementing technology in revising and refining the systems and the processes and the procedures, but it is also ensuring that the people who are working there are continuously learning and have it's also human nature. When you have too much change around you, I don't know if that happens for me, I need to take a step back, take a deep breath, and then sort of learn and grow. Everyone has a different personality of how they adapt to change and adopt change.
Yeah.
Look at that at an individual level and then collapse it and also consolidate it at an organization level. That is the real challenge.
My next question is very key with Sajad and Amin. I'll take your time with the question. But before that, Khurram, a quick 10-second answer, because I can see the questions coming here as well. Do you think the human resource is threatened with AI? Do you think that, with all this transformation, because robots and workforce will be there, with the growth in the population, do you think HR is threatened?
I think if we don't evolve our skills and if we don't evolve ourselves, then yes, there's a definite threat. Maybe not a short term, maybe not even a long term, but a very long term, there is a threat. But I think we need to, the threat is to, professionals and, the ability to, earn wages as we currently are structured in our economy. But when that time comes, that whole structure might change.
Sure.
People might not be working but still getting paid. Who knows? What happens at that stage. So I don't think I disagree with the fact that there's a threat to humanity. I think there's a definite threat to the current structures of businesses and economy if we don't evolve ourselves and if we don't evolve the way we compensate people or reward people or define success.
Beautiful. That's wonderful. Sajad, coming back to you with a question, your involvement with various businesses, like you mentioned, you were sitting in FMCG. I'm sure you have banking clients, insurance clients, a lot of portfolios that you have. When you interact with all these clients, how do you see as an overall industry the early adopters of the artificial intelligence? Which sectors do you see with your experience and with your involvement? Sajad, I would like to start with you first and come to Amin. That what are the areas, industries you see are the early adopters for artificial intelligence in Pakistan specifically?
Those industries which are competitive by nature, because AI will give you a competitive advantage. You'll have a very intelligent advisor per se, not just data churner. So I would see FMCGs would be early adopters, and we've seen some. Then banking and telco. Okay. Especially the banking and telco, because they generally have the budgets to do these sort of experiments. Great. So, but we also see some traction within the retail sector, because that too is becoming more and more competitive.
Great.
Healthcare, there's a lot of utility, healthcare and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I'll go with the same answer. Basically, if I look into the adoption of AI and emotional intelligence, both of them, I feel that the adaptation of this technology would be at a polarized level.
Mhm.
Maybe at one pole, which is the large businesses like banks, because with upcoming regulations of money laundering and transaction testing and looking at the patterns of the transaction flow, the very large businesses are going to be the early adopters, and then the early adopters one would be the ones who are the startups, because they may be making use of the platform based technology where the trends can be utilized and where they can actually identify the needs of their customers.
Great. Thank you, May. There are two things I need to request with the audience and the panel itself. There's a ticker that is running in front of me, so we need to keep on the time track. There are a lot of questions that we remain. And the second question is with the audience. I would really appreciate if you all, there's whispers going on at the back ends. This is your future. This is your learnings, because artificial intelligence and the takeaways that you take from here will also define your startups, your businesses, the way that you think, and then how do you implement that in your life. So please do listen to the panel. These are some wonderful suggestions. You would not get this level of expertise, I think, combined. I'm not that young anymore, but 100 years of experience is sitting on this table. So do utilize these 100 years of experience and see how that transforms your next day, that is tomorrow. Coming back to my question with Khurram this time. Khurram, you're involved with 47 Ventures, director with LUMS and IC as well. We have talked about a lot of HR, the threat of HR. Getting that aside, how do you see, because artificial intelligence is very capital intensive, technology. What are the impediments that you see are there for this capital injection in Pakistan? You have 47 Ventures. What problems that you have faced, and how do you see people investing? There has only been one investment in AI in Pakistan by the Ilahi Group in Base Edge Technologies. How do you see it through your ventures and your experience?
That's a dangerous question, Zishan. You want me to give you the real answer or something? You can
No. I want a real answer. Let's not be. I'll take the levi from Sajid that if that something is there, we'll not censor it as well.
Look, yes, growing companies in today's day and age, when you're globally competitive, you need to move really fast. You need to evolve really fast. You need to, innovate a lot. It does require capital. And particularly because anything you're doing in Pakistan in this space, it has a global potential. You can exploit the entire global market for it. And capital is needed. So in this particular sector, over the past 2-3 years that I've been involved in, in the process of raising funds and then, investing capital, one thing I've realized is the capital that is here in the country, it has not matured to a stage where they're able to value human intellect, intellectual property, the sweat of the founders that go into building a high growth company. A lot of the investors that have capital in the country, they generally, are very good at assigning value to tangible stuff. And that's a big challenge for founders who are launching company in this space, because a lot of the wealth and a lot of the value in these companies is parked in either intellectual property or the minds of the people who are running these companies. So that maturity needs to come in local investors. As far as outside capital is concerned, there's a lot of capital that's available, and a lot of capital is moving, eastwards. I think, as Hashim had said in his speech as well, or Mancha Saab. And everybody is talking about the next billion or the next 2 billion and how to, create products and services for those, next billions. And Pakistan is a very representative market for those, next billion or next 2 billion. So there are people who are willing to invest in Pakistan, but I tell you, if you want to move international capital into Pakistan today, it's a very, very onerous process, and I go through that every day. A lot of the times you don't hear about these gripes, because what investors are doing, unfortunately, is that even if they're willing to invest in a company in Pakistan, particularly in the IT space, they structure the company somewhere outside of Pakistan. They invest in that entity, and they just have a sort of an outsourcing relationship between that entity and the local company. which is really unfortunate for us as a country. So anybody who's moving capital into the country, we make them go through
So this is technology and disruption comes in. So once you disrupt technology, you should have a backup. It's our ability to recover. That's capacity recover. Ability to recover. The key point. Ability to recover when disruption happens. Like Siddharth Emil said, moral and ethical issues will come. And how do we, ability to react at that time will define us. Just to,
So moving capital into the country, one, if you want to structure a fund here, it's very, very onerous. The regulations that came out a couple of years ago around private funds, they basically taken the NBF, the non-banking finance company regulations, which slapped on a new title on it. And a lot of the regulations, if you go through them, they deal with, or they're structured as if the managers are managing public money, which is not the case in the case of private equity and venture capital. Second, if you bring money into the country, wiring funds is not a problem. That happens in a day or two. That's trivial. But getting that money into the company and then registered with the state bank so that I have the right to take interest, dividends, capital gains back out of the country is a huge challenge. My first investment was in January or February of 2018. So it's been over a year now, and I still don't have my capital registered with the state bank.
Wow.
I don't know how long it's going to take.
So I hope we reduce that time. And in the interest of the time, I thought this latest technology disruption, my time will be reset, but somehow technology has learned and has got back to at the same point that we had. Anyhow, Padma, you want to add something?
Big point following on with what Rohan has said, ease of doing business also includes the tax framework that we have over here to facilitate these startups that are coming in from a technology perspective. Even though this is from an emotional intelligence perspective, it's a different point altogether. But we need to encourage building these businesses, new businesses, because what we have is not enough, it's not creating enough jobs. So it can't just be the corporate sector or the public sector. Unless these startups have some kind of subsidy or some kind of support, including tax, including regulation, including policy making as well, we will not be able to harness this technological revolution that is
I have two very on this thing is that what we are trying to do here, frankly, in terms of regulation, is not something that is not happening anywhere else in the world. It's not we are trying to not we are not trying to come up with something innovation or whatever, right? The funding, the base structure, the instruments exist everywhere in the world. So it should not take as long as it has. Because what would be really sad is we missed the industrial revolutions earlier. And we pretty much missed, in 60s we missed the revolution. In 70s we missed the revolution, the industrial revolution. Then in the year 2000, around year 2000, when the IT companies were growing, Tatas and Wipros and these companies were coming on in the late 90s and all, we missed that. This one we can't afford to miss.
Yeah, that's it.
And especially the
There are two key questions left which I want to ask. Before that, I would like to add one thing. I was based in New York working at the Wall Street back in 2007. The first iPhone came out. And I was very excited, got in the line, got my first touch phone in the world. And it took me a month to understand what an iPhone is. And now, my 10-year-old son, I gave him my iPhone. Next thing he came with all the locks open with my technology. And this is how fast the generation has grown over the time. So my next question, in the interest of the time, 10 seconds each with the panelists. You are at senior positions, all of these panelists. You interact with young generation, you interact with the youth, you interact with the hirings. What exactly, because there are a lot of youth sitting in the back, what exactly a message that you want to give to them, that what are you looking for in them? Are you looking for AI technical skills? Or are you looking for the emotional side as well, which we call the emotional quotient? what preference did you give to the youth while looking at them in your companies? Is it only the technical skills, or is it dependent on AI plus the AI?
We look at how much that individual matches to our core values, which is unflinching integrity, passion, customer centricity, and superior profitability. So passion for their work and integrity is what we are looking for. Technology, we can train them. As long as they're hardworking and have integrity, we can train the rest.
Great.
We can do the rest.
Correct.
At National Incubation Center, the first 2 weeks of every startup founder that joins the Lump Center for Entrepreneurship is spent on helping entrepreneurs baseline and identify and then improve 13 entrepreneurial competencies that have nothing to do with their business and has everything to do with integrity, sort of self-awareness, work ethic, professionalism, information seeking, risk taking. So they're all behavioral traits that we focus a lot on when we, take in these entrepreneurs.
Emotional quotient, because in the end, the interpretation and then exercising the judgment, that would remain the human part. So the technology is there. Emotional quotient should be.
Although, while you answer this question, do add on the emotional intelligence side. Is it something natural, or is it education process as well at the same time?
Okay, so just to reinforce what everyone is saying, obviously there is a baseline. So depending on what the role is, there is a certain level of academic qualification and technical competence you do look at. But the aptitude, the attitude, the actually alliance to or complementing the value system is definitely a fundamental of what we would look at in terms of fit. So that was the answer to your first question. Sorry, can you repeat that?
The second question was, is it something natural to a human being, or is it something which is learned over a time, or is it an education process?
Well, we are products of how we're brought up and the environment in which जो हमारी तरबियत है, that has a great impact on how we emerge as empathetic individuals. And unfortunately, we have become a bit desensitized as human beings, especially in Pakistan. And I do, no offense to anyone, but that is how we've evolved, because there's been so much change and disruption that has taken place on the negative side as well. But we have to be cognizant of the fact that we are product of how we are brought up in our homes, in our education institutions.
Great.
And what we're mindful of is something which is built and harnessed on. So we need to play a bit more of a conscious role of putting that as priorities as we build personalities.
Yeah. Okay. So Zishan, just building on the same platform and just adding a little value, do give an advice to the young talent as well that, with emotional intelligence, there's a general consensus that not only the technical skills will get them a job, at least with this panel at least, but what is the additional step that is required for them to stand out of the crowd?
Well, integrity and hard work are without question the basic necessities. Our organization also globally has a shared values structure. But other than that, I would advise everybody, because everybody has a unique difference brought up. If some guy has been brought up with a privileged household, he or she may not be aware of a lot of challenges that are being faced by, for example, dhobis of our society. And that person can become a brand manager of a product that is commonly used by them. And I'm putting a real example here. So the advice I would give them is that read a lot of books that make you aware about your surroundings, your history, your culture, the areas you're operating in, so that at least to some level you educate yourself more about being empathic, having more empathy about your own environment, people, systems around you.
I just want to make one comment over here, just to reinforce it. What I also feel is lacking as an employer when I hire, especially the next generation, is that there's a lack of focus and a purpose to what you want to do. So that is something that we must think about. And that happens at different levels within the organization, but more so at the young. So what is it that you want to do? What do you want to achieve? What is your purpose? And how do you set those goals? That is extremely important. And, be your own competitor. And that's how you will rise.
Great. I'll come to my last question. I would like to share this with the general audience and the panelists. I sit on a board of a textile company, one of the largest exporters out of Pakistan. So we came across a young group and we wanted to adopt technology. What we are trying to look after is उन्होंने किसी उस पे देखा YouTube पे एक वीडियो देखी कि if you come and stand in front of a mirror and we have retail outlets, so you can choose and dresses and put on you and see how do you look. So now technology is changing. You don't need a dressing room to change your clothes. You just can stand in front of the mirror, put the clothes on with a digital screen, and that's how the retail operations will be shaped in the future as well. So that's how technology is evolving. I always say this to everyone that technology is a reality. Embrace it now, and please do not regret it tomorrow, because tomorrow you'll have white hair, you will not have enough time and energy and people left. So this is the time, the technological wave, the fourth industrial revolution is there to adopt. So please do look at it. With this, the last question to the panel, because we have a lot of questions from the audience and online as well. I want ACCA to take away some key notes from these panelists. I'm going to take a note of this. So my last question is, what is your one top recommendation for the business community in terms of artificial intelligence, technology, and AI? Starting with Sajjad again.
Learn what AI is and then adopt it as quickly as you possibly can.
Great. Khurram.
Yeah, I think we are talking about AI, emotional intelligence. I think one thing we should not disregard, and I think it's an equally important tenet of this, triangle, is empathy. क्योंकि अगर हम emotional intelligence without empathy, is कौम की रगों से खून चूसने वाले सियासतदान. They're emotionally very intelligent. They have control over their emotions. आप उनको गाली भी दे दें, बड़े प्यार से सुनेंगे, आपको influence करके वोट भी ले लेते हैं. But they don't have empathy for that same populace. So I think empathy is equally important and needs to be developed alongside emotional intelligence.
I mean,
मेरे इसमें दो चीजें हैं. एक तो रेगुलेशन पार्ट को देखा जाए कि कौन सी रेगुलेशंस हैं जो कि इसमें रुकावट पैदा कर सकती हैं और दैट कैन एक्सपेडाइट. एंड द अदर थिंग इज दैट फियर कि अगर ह्यूमन लेयर ही इरोड हो गई तो व्हाट अल्टरनेटिव्स कैन बी initiated with the upcoming technologies, the new businesses that can be initiated.
Great. Fatima, what's your one top recommendation?
Strong governance framework, and to ensure that your people are your greatest asset, and how do you build them to stay relevant in the future?
Great. Zishan, what's your take on this now?
My recommendation to the businesses would be to invest in your people, regardless of the area you're going to invest in, but investment in your own people is the best investment you can make.
Great. So we have a consensus, and I'll add my last 2 cents in this one recommendation is learn, unlearn, and learn. Code, decode, and code again. The more you unbox yourself, the more you will learn. So the top 5 recommendations from this panel today, I gave 5 recommendations on CPAC in Karachi, and these are, the first one is learn and adopt, learn, unlearn. Second is, with EI and AI, have empathy. Understand the emotional part of others as well. The third part was regulation and technology, and look at those. The fourth is governance. How do you govern this overall process with the social impediments which Sajjad talked about earlier? And the last one is invest in your people. People are your assets. In the end, there will be disruptions, and we will all have to come to a point to see what is the backup plan that we have. With that, thank you so much, everyone. We are not going anywhere because we're going to take questions either online or from the audience as well. So you can raise your hand. There will be a mic given to you, and you can ask questions to the panelists, please.
So we have a rotating mic right here. Anybody who wants to ask a question?
Come on, guys. This is a very interesting topic. You should come up with some questions for the panelists. Asad.
Assalamu alaikum. Asad Hamid Khan from ACCA. I thought I'll set the tone. We have talked about AI and EI. So if we were to adopt this skill today and incorporate this in our youth, what is the timeline that you would see, and what percentage of that population needs to be upscaled on this digital scale? So the point that I'm trying to make is that, is this part of a skill, or is it the skill that is required going forward? And what is the timeline that you see? We have incubation, we have entrepreneur, we have outsourcing, we have management consulting, we have the audit firms. So what is the timeline for the government to make sure that this is incorporated, whether at a vocational level or whether within the respective universities? Please.
Any panel specific? Anyone can answer if someone wants to.
I'll take a stab. Again, by nature, I'm an entrepreneur. मैं जब भी कोई project शुरू करता हूँ, generally I don't think about कि कितना time उस पर लगेगा और क्या होगा. You just start. So I think it's in this scenario also, we just need to recognize the importance of AI in business. We need to recognize the importance of emotional intelligence and developing, behavioral traits and personalities of people who are working in our organizations, and just start the process. It'll automatically just, just markets just drive hoti hain. Supply and demand ke principles say it'll automatically just keep on evolving.
Great. Do we have any questions online on the Slido? Noor?
I have a question, if please.
Yes.
Yes. My question is from the whole panel. What sort of training methodologies you would suggest to businesses which enable their employees to equip with emotional intelligence? So can you precisely tell some training methodologies which can support the businesses in equipping the employees? Thank you.
Okay. I'm just going to add, what's your name?
My name is Ikramul Haq and I am from TMUC Gujarat.
Great. I think it's a very valid question. I'm just going to add to the Ikramul Haq's question. Our educational institutions, are they preparing for this? Are we teaching this in our universities, our colleges? When we talk about a lot of youth, are we teaching this at the basic level in our schools and colleges and top universities? So, Sajad or Fatima, if you want to take this question.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. We're not consciously focusing on it. There is definite focus on academic excellence and other activities that we do. But emotional intelligence is something that is also brought out when you get involved in extracurricular activities, in sports, etc. Because there's a lot of teamwork and team spirit that is built up in these other activities as well. But on a conscious basis, it is important for us, for the academic institutions, to harness that very consciously and not just say, oh, they're just playing sports. What are we learning from that? You fast forward into organizations, one of the factors or one of the components that is extremely critical is developing leadership at all levels. And leadership training does not mean just the training workshop. It means that the organizations need to define a leadership journey at all levels in terms of saying what are the 4 or 5 competencies which are not only important and critical to that organization, but relevant to ensuring that empathy and perceptiveness and self-awareness and learning agility are at the core of how people are developing themselves. I'll just share with you that we as Abacus have gone into a relationship, a partnership with the Center for Creative Leadership, which is a US-based leadership institution as well. And that is what they focus on. It's about creating a journey within the organization, which I feel is missing within Pakistan. Yes, organizations are investing in it, but not on a very focused basis. So the answer to your question is, it does help if you have a certain journey which is mapped out at different levels.
But to answer that again, I think there are a lot of things that needs to be done at the institutional level, schools level, at the basic education level as well, to have our youth to be ready. I think as a message, taking that privilege, Sajid and the president of ACCA, I think ACCA should also include a small curriculum. I'm an old ACCA member. In those days, AI was a new concept. So I hope that accountants are also taught about AI and EI, and there are a lot of accounting force that is needed. So hope that is taking place.
Some of the schools, what they've done is now they have as part of their curriculum, they have something called service learning, right? In which they go out and try to develop empathy by doing a lot of social work and so on and so forth. So the idea of emotional intelligence is that you interact with a variety of people from different economic and social strata and learn how to understand people, how to be better creators and managers. What we do, one of the things that hampers the leadership development in our country is we are normally जिसे हम कहते हैं state companies, you know, the owner and then his children become CEOs and then their children become CEOs. So which is extremely demotivating for the rest of the professional staff. What we've done at our companies, we've made it a mandate that my son will not be the next CEO, no matter what happens, right? So just to give an opportunity to the people who've given.
It deserves a round of big applause for everyone.
So, and that
That's
is the
discrimination,
idea.
Sujat.
He has
You
to
at
earn
least
his
give
way.
him an equal
He's
chance.
too young. He needs, even if he needs to start from the bottom, and by the time he reaches and I retire, there'll be a big gap. So if he chooses, they can just stocks. The way I look at it, that the company shareholding is his right, just like he has on my property, that's his right. But the job of a CEO is not his right.
Yeah.
That is something he has to earn.
That's
The
a management
level of a
position
manager
that you're
and chief
looking for.
operating officer is something he has to earn. The membership of the board, that's his right. I mean, वो अल्लाह ने उसे दिया, उसे मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता.
Zishan, because you added the question of education and the education became relevant, and I always make it a point that whenever education is mentioned, then I do try to share what bleak picture we are living in. The people who are sitting in the room do not reflect even 2% of the population of Pakistan. Our children are not even in school, let alone learning about something like AI or EI or anything. In Sindh, we have 6 million children. We planned in 2013 that by 5 years in 2018, we'll have 3 million children out of school. We ended up with 6 million. We ended up increasing a million. So education is in a very dismal state as a nation in Pakistan. Our Secretary Education of Sindh says that 50% of the teachers are not trainable, let alone the students.
And I
who are
was in a
interacting with
seminar
them.
and I was told that the 80% teachers in Sindh are ghost teachers. This is not a number I'm quoting. I'm sorry, but this is what is happening.
And we are living in a culture where if the Department of Curriculum issues a new textbook, the teachers come to the street to protest because they are accustomed to the old textbook of teaching. So we are not in a good picture as far as education is concerned. So whenever we are talking about positive things, we should acknowledge it's a very tiny
Yeah, that's
minority.
education would be a separate topic because it's
Yeah.
very close to my heart. I work on education. There are 22 million children out of school in Pakistan. They are the future of Pakistan. And nothing has been done at the federal level and the provincial levels. Whatever has been done has been very minuscule. Anyhow, Umar, you wanted to have a question.
Yeah, very pertinent topic. My name's Omar Zahir Mir. I'm the chairman of ACCA's Members Network Panel and managing partner at Taxation Corporate Services at MLCC, the pioneer ACCA legal and practicing firm. My question is actually very simple, has two parts. One from you, Zafar Saab, since in addition to being a tech guy, you are an entrepreneur. There is a very widespread fear about unemployment and opportunities. Now, for the benefit of the wider audience and the younger members, if you could elaborate the potential impact in Pakistan's context on the job market and opportunities. And the second part, I'll just ask it together, is directed at you, Sajjad sir. That is, do you think our businesses in the current scenario, and especially taking CPEC into context, are prepared and ready to make use of AI? If yes, how? Thank you.
To the first half of Umar's question, because a lot of people on our app online are also asking the same questions as to whether the implementation of AI would lead to greater people being out of jobs.
देखिए, when the industrialization was happening and everybody was a farmer, everybody thought that everybody's jobs are going to go away because tractors are coming and they're going to be the ones going to be tilling land and whatnot. The same happened in the industrial economy as well. The machines aana shuru hui, steam engine aana shuru hue. The nature of jobs change. It's very difficult to envision the future. Maybe there's an industry of space exploration that pops up. Maybe there's a time travel industry that pops up. We don't know what's going to happen. I think what's important is that you are learning, you're evolving, and both in the context of businesses that they're spending on R&D and innovating and evolving as businesses, and we as human beings are continuing to, just as Zishan mentioned, Kia, learn, unlearn, and relearn. We have to continue to do that. If we don't do that, then there's a genuine threat. But as long as we're doing that, I don't think there's any existential threat to humanity because of AI.
I totally agree with him. जब computers शुरू में आए थे तो people used to say कि जी computer आ गए तो account खत्म है. When I remember when we started ERP systems implementing SAPs and Oracle, first question ये होता था कि जी how many jobs are going to go, right? They didn't go. However, robotics वगैरह से does make a difference. अगर I think आप Brexit जो UK और US में जो हो रहा है, I think these are the people जो शायद economic उसमें पीछे रह गए जब से knowledge economy है. They were unable to sort of come. और वो I think if you look at world history every few years or so 50 odd years technological evolution की वजह से गड़बड़ होती है, but it then settles out. And over the years अगर आप देखें तो population भी increase हो रही है, तो productivity increase से ज़्यादा population को हम jobs और food provide कर सकते हैं as humanity. The question that was directed to me, CPAC context or non-CPAC context, I think our companies pretty much soon will have no choice but to do this. And I think जब competition बढ़ेगा तो हमारी companies को invariably AI type की चीज़ों पे invest करना पड़ेगा. इस वक्त and why is it important and I can't stress even more कि इस वक्त हमारे पास जो knowledge decision maker है, normally मैं हंसता हूँ कि हमारे यहाँ combined IQ of 1 होता है, जो CEO होता है उसी का IQ होता है, बाकी सारे workforce होते हैं. So अभी अगर आपने teams ही बना लिए तो combined IQ जिस knowledge जिस data पे आप decision making कर रहे होते हैं उसमें 10-50 companies होती हैं. Now imagine if you're using Google's AI engine and now you have the knowledge base of the entire world जो आपको suggest कर रहा है कि इस situation में क्या करना चाहिए. Imagine that. Imagine the power, the knowledge, the data at your hand, to make those intelligent decisions. At the end of the day, AI will suggest to you something करना आपने फिर भी खुद ही है, right? So that knowledge base increases exponentially, and that is AWS का engine, Amazon का हो गया या Google का हो गया या SAP का Leonardo का system हो गया या IBM का Watsons का system हो गया. इन लोगों के knowledge base और data sets इतने ज़्यादा हैं, इतने बड़े models हैं कि they can give you much better they can give you much better advice, much better suggestions on what to do. So and over the years शुरू में कुछ गलत भी होंगी, AI का result जरूरी नहीं है हर वक्त ठीक हो, by the way. जरूरी नहीं है हर वक्त ठीक हो. It will make mistakes but it will learn, as do human beings, right? So over the years I think ये एक hygiene factor होगा. जैसे website बनाना is a hygiene factor. If you are a company you have to have a website. I think इसी तरह आपका अपना एक trained AI model होना भी एक hygiene factor pretty soon हो जाएगा.
Great. With that, I would like to thank the panel because someone has to leave as well. Thank you for so much. I would very much hope that the 5 learnings, Sajid, that we shared will be taken care, will be given to the right policymakers, institutions, educational institutions. Once again, thank you so much for your participation.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first panel, a very, very engaging talk. Zishan, thank you for moderating the panel. Robert, if you could please come up. We'll quickly proceed now to giving the mementos to our very esteemed panel member. We'll start off firstly, and Asad Hamid Khan, if you could please join us on the stage in giving the mementos to our panel members. We'll start off with Sajjad Mustafa Said Saab, the Chief Executive Officer of Excellence Delivered. Khurram Zafar, the Executive Director, National Incubation Center and Country Director of 47 Ventures. Fatma Asad Sayed, the Regional Director, Abacus Consulting. Thank you, Fatma. We can carry on with the applause, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Amin Ali, Partner, Howard Hussain. And Mr. Zishan Shahid, Partner Forensic and SNO Deloitte Yusuf Adil. And if we can have the entire panel up together on the stage, we would have a group photograph. And Mr. Zishan Shahid, the partner, Forensic and SNO, Deloitte, Yusuf Adil. I did mention. Oh, sorry. Apologies. Obviously, the moderator, Zishan Afzal, the Global Chief Executive Officer, Shahid Afridi Foundation and Managing Director. Now, can we have a group photograph with the entire panel now that is completed? Thank you to the first panel, ladies and gentlemen. We discussed about convergence of emotional intelligence and artificial intelligence, the possibilities. Thank you, gentlemen and lady. So carrying on the discussions for our attendees who are all here, we have a video message that the chairman board of investment has recorded for the Pakistan leadership conversation, Mr. Haroon Sharif's message that we'll be playing. And I would request if the people at the back could also please settle down. We'll be showing this video message.
Pakistan has very clearly embarked on a journey where we are expecting Pakistan to be hub of economic activity not only for the region but also very specifically, for creating jobs and transfer of technology, as well as getting into joint ventures from global leaders within Pakistan. So what I see Pakistan in 2025 is a country which is very clearly catching up with the East Asian standards, because as a matter of fact, we'll be in the middle of two largest economies in the world, which is China and India. Now our key challenge is that now there is a substantial interest which has arisen in Pakistan, not only from China, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Malaysia, Qatar, Korea, all are looking to have a base in Pakistan. So that is the strategy which BOI is taking forward, and we are trying to basically be the entry point for any investor so that we can facilitate them and they should get confidence that this country is actually not ready for business. Delighted to hear that ACCA has taken a leadership role in Pakistan Leadership Conference, which is coming in 2019. And these are the initiatives, actually it is linked to what I was saying before. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see a lot of new attendees who have come in. Thank you. We'll be sending our thank you to Haroon Sharif, the Chairman Board of Investment, for sending his video message. But I see a lot of new faces who have come in since morning. There was a video that we ran in the morning on emerging Pakistan, and I would just like to share that once again for the benefit of our audience members who can do so. Also, for the second panel discussion, we'll be commencing with the hashtag on Slido. This time around is going to be hashtag PLC4. So if you have any questions or queries or polls for the next set of panel discussions, please follow this particular hashtag. Can we have that video that we played in the morning? Again, our ACCA members' message for the country and how they seek to achieve it. If I could request all the people who are are at the back to please settle down. There's a little bit of a noise in the background. It's disturbing my listeners. We'll take
पाकिस्तान एक ख्वाब, अनमिट जज्बों और लाजवाल उमंगों से जिसकी ताबीर मुमकिन हुई। पाकिस्तान एक गुलिस्तान उम्मीद का, लाखों ने जिसकी अपने लहू से आबियारी की। ताबीर चमन से तामीर वतन का आगाज हुआ। इसकी बुनियादों में शामिल हमारी अनथक मेहनत और लगन, जिससे तरक्की का सफर हुआ तेज से तेज तर। हमारी कुव्वत इरादी बनी हमारी पहचान, और दुनिया में ऊंचा हुआ पाकिस्तान का नाम। कारवां जारी है जानिबे मंजिल, कठिन सफर है थमे नहीं है कदम। नया सूरज यहीं से उभरेगा, खुशहाली का चश्मा यहीं से फूटेगा। इल्म हुनर से हर सू चरागां हो रहा है, तामीर वतन का जज्बा फरावां हो रहा है। हमारी महारतों की है दुनिया मोतरफ, हम अब तस्खीर कर रहे हैं नए उफक। ये देश बनेगा रहबरे तरक्की व कमाल, रहती दुनिया देगी जिसकी मिसाल।
हम देखेंगे, हम देखेंगे,
लाजिम है कि हम भी देखेंगे,
हम देखेंगे,
हम देखेंगे।
बस नाम रहेगा अल्लाह का, जो गायब भी है हाजिर भी,
जो मंजर भी है नाजिर भी, उठेगा अनल हक का नारा, उठेगा अनल हक का नारा।
जो मैं भी हूँ और तुम भी हो, और राज करेंगे करके खुदा। जो मैं भी हूँ और तुम भी हो, हम देखेंगे, हम देखेंगे, हम देखेंगे, हम
देखेंगे।
Okay, I have to do a little bit of a housekeeping right here. People at the back, I would strongly recommend if you set up, I'm not going to start off the next panel discussion. If you're not all settled down at the back, we have some excellent lineup of speakers for you and we'd like to give them the due respect. I'm going to just quickly ask you to please take it down and just settle down so that we can commence with the second panel discussion. I'm just giving you a little bit of time. The conversation's taking place at the back to just tone it down or settle down, please. We'll be starting off now with the second panel discussion. All right, so for all of you, just reiterating that we are live on slido.com and the hashtag that we're using is PLC4. So any questions, comments, there are certain polls that are going to run, which are going to aid into the agenda, the actionable agenda that ACCA sets up each year from these Pakistan leadership conversations. The thematics of the second panel discussion is on ease of doing business. This has been widely discussed since morning, even when Sajid made his welcome remarks. And the Global Competitive Index, what are the investment drivers and how can we see that being implemented in Pakistan? I am always pleased to invite this keynote speaker. He's been an instrumental impact from hearing him for the first time at a similar conference and then from hearing him again and again to on different occasions and seeing the passion that he holds for as a social entrepreneur and for social change and that business model that is so effective across the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our keynote speaker, Mr. Amjad Saqib, the founder of Akhuwat Foundation.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I'm seeing a distinguished guest from abroad, but I will seek his permission to speak in my own language, national language, and the honorable organizers will, they might translate it to you later on, with your kind permission. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. بڑے شناسا چہرے میرے روبرو بیٹھے ہیں. اٹس انڈیڈ اے گریٹ پلیئر. آپ کے پاس پچھلے سال میں حاضر ہوا تو یہ نہیں ہے کہ میں کچھ کہہ کے گیا، لیکن آپ نے جو مجھے کہا خاموشی کی گفتگو سے، وہ میرے لیے بہت بڑا ایک اثاثہ تھا، اور میں بہت دیر تک اس کے سحر میں مبتلا رہا. آج پھر مجھے کچھ باتیں کرنی ہیں، تو مجھے نہیں یاد کہ آپ کو وہ پرانی باتیں کتنی یاد ہیں جو میں نے لاسٹ ٹائم کہیں، لیکن ابھی مجھے بتایا گیا کہ ایک فقرہ ان کو بہت یاد ہے کہ خواب وہ نہیں ہوتے جو سوتے ہوئے دیکھے جائیں، خواب وہ ہوتے ہیں جو پھر انسان کو سونے ہی نہیں دیتے. وہ اس طرح کا ایک شعر بھی ہے کہ اب آنکھ لگے یا نہ لگے اپنی بلا سے، اب آنکھ لگے یا نہ لگے اپنی بلا سے، ایک خواب ضروری تھا سو بس دیکھ لیا ہے. زندگی کے ہر سفر کا، کامیابی کے ہر سفر کا آغاز خواب سے ہوتا ہے. جو لوگ خواب نہیں دیکھتے وہ تعبیر تک نہیں پہنچ پاتے. تو سب سے پہلی چیز تو یہ ہے کہ خواب دیکھیں. اس خواب کو ویژن بھی کہا جاتا ہے، اور آپ کا تجربہ، آپ کا مشاہدہ، آپ کا مطالعہ، آپ کے دوست، آپ کی فتوحات، آپ کی شکستیں، آپ کی محبتیں، آپ کی ناکامیاں، آپ کا علم، آپ کی ڈگریز، اپنے عہد کی سیاسی، سماجی، معاشی حقیقتیں، ان سب کا آؤٹ کم ہے آپ کا ویژن. اٹ از دی پروڈکٹ آف آل دیز تھنگس، جو آپ کے ذہن میں ہر وقت ایک چپکلش سی برپا رہتی ہے. تو یہ ویژن بنانا بہت ضروری ہے. وہ سب سے پہلے پرسنلائزڈ ویژن ہوتا ہے، پھر وہ ٹرانسینڈ کر جاتا ہے سوشلائزڈ ویژن میں. جب آپ یہ کہتے ہیں کہ خوشیاں صرف میری نہیں، مسرتیں صرف میری نہیں، زندگی صرف میری نہیں، حسن و جمال کی اور خوبصورتی کی اوروں کی بھی ضرورت ہے. جب تک ہمارے ارد گرد یہ دنیا خوبصورت نہیں ہوگی، ہم ایک اچھی پرسکون زندگی نہیں گزار سکتے. تو اب بھی آپ نے فیصلہ کرنا ہے کہ آپ کا خواب ہے کیا، کہاں سے جنم لیتا ہے، کہاں سے اس کو جلا ملتی ہے، کہاں سے اس کے نقش و نگار جو ہیں وہ سنورتے ہیں، اور کیا وہ صرف آپ کی ذات کے حصار تک محدود ہے، یا اس خواب میں کسی اور کے دل کی دھڑکن بھی شامل ہے. کسی کی آنکھ میں آنسو ہیں، کوئی غربت اور افلاس کا شکار ہے، کوئی استحصال اور محرومی کی چتا میں جل رہا ہے. کیا وہ بھی آپ کے خواب کا ایک کردار ہے یا نہیں؟ تو یہ جو سفر ہے، جو فرد سے شروع ہو کے پورے سماج اور معاشرے کو اپنی گرفت میں لیتا ہے، یہ بھی ایک ارتقاء کا مختلف مراحل ہیں. تو خواب دیکھیے، اور اس خوابوں میں پھر اتنی وسعت لائیں کہ اس میں اور لوگ بھی شامل ہوں. دوسری چیز جو ہے وہ یہ ہے کہ وہ بڑا ایک مشہور شعر ہے فیض کا کہ یہ آرزو بھی بڑی چیز ہے مگر ہمدم، وصال یار فقط آرزو کی بات نہیں. یعنی صرف جو ہے خواب یا آرزو وہ کافی نہیں، اس کی تعبیر کے لیے کچھ اور سلسلے ہیں وہ بھی اختیار کرنا پڑتے ہیں. تو دوسرا چیز یہ ہے کہ عشق، دیوانگی، پاگل پن، جنون، اور مکمل وابستگی اس خواب کے ساتھ. جب تک آپ اس خواب کے ساتھ جنون کی حد تک والہانہ لگاؤ نہیں رکھیں گے، بھول جائیے کہ آپ اپنی منزل تک پہنچ سکتے ہیں. اقبال نے اس کو عشق کہا. جب تک یہ عشق نہیں ہے، اور اس میں پھر ہم جب تک دنیا کو نہیں بھولتے، جب تک اپنے ارد گرد کی دیگر حقائق کو نہیں فراموش کرتے، اس وقت تک آپ سمجھیں کہ کامیابی جو جیسے ہے ساحل مراد کامیابی کا، وہاں تک ہم نہیں پہنچ سکتے. یہ عشق نہیں آساں، بس اتنا سمجھ لیجئے ایک آگ کا دریا ہے اور ڈوب کے جانا ہے. تو اس آگ کے دریا میں اگر ڈوب کے جانے کی ہمت ہے خواہش ہے، جستجو ہے، ارادہ ہے، تو پھر اس سفر میں نکلیے. یہ سفر اتنا بھی آسان نہیں ہے. تیسری چیز، میں بہت مختصر، کیونکہ مجھے کہا گیا کہ 8 سے 10 منٹ تک اس گفتگو کو محدود رکھنا ہے، تو میں اسی کوشش میں ہوں کہ وقت سے تجاوز نہ کروں. تیسری چیز یہ ہے کہ اس سفر میں کامیابی کے لیے وہ ہے آپ کی انٹیگریٹی. انٹیگریٹی از کورسپونڈنس بٹوین ورڈز اینڈ ڈیڈس. کال اور فیل میں اگر آپ تضاد کا شکار ہیں تو آپ انٹیگریٹی سے بہت دور ہیں. بدقسمتی سے یہ ایک اہم ٹریٹ جو لیڈرشپ کی ہے، انٹیگریٹی، اسی کی سب سے زیادہ کمی ہے. لیڈرشپ آپ دیکھیں ایک لمحے کے لیے ارد گرد بزنس لیڈرشپ ہے، پولیٹیکل لیڈرشپ ہے، اکیڈیمک لیڈرشپ ہے، منبر و محراب کی لیڈرشپ ہے، میڈیا کی لیڈرشپ ہے. کتنے ایسے لوگ ہیں جو انٹیگریٹی کے اس معیار پر پورا اترتے ہیں کہ ان کے کال اور فیل میں کوئی تضاد نہیں. جو کہتے ہیں وہ کرتے ہیں، جو کرتے ہیں وہ کہتے ہیں. ہم بہت گلہ کرتے ہیں، بہت شکایت کرتے ہیں کہ ہماری بدقسمتی سب سے بڑی یہ ہے کہ ہمارے پاس لیڈرشپ نہیں ہے. تو اگر نہیں ہے تو کیا ہم اپنے اندر جھانک کر خود کو اس معیار کے مقابل پا سکتے ہیں یا نہیں پا سکتے؟ لیڈرز کسی اور سے شکوہ نہیں کرتے، وہ اپنے آپ سے سوال کرتے ہیں. وہ خود احتسابی کی صلیب پر صبح و شام خود کو لٹکتا ہوا دیکھتے ہیں. ہمیں اپنے آپ سے پوچھنا ہے. لیڈر جو ہے وہ دوسروں کو معاف کر سکتا ہے لیکن خود کو معاف نہیں کر سکتا. آپ کو دیکھنا ہے، مجھے دیکھنا ہے، ہم سب کو دیکھنا ہے کہ دیانت، امانت، صداقت، وہ جو اقبال نے کہا کہ ہو صداقت کے لیے جس دل میں مرنے کی تڑپ، پہلے اپنے پیکرے خاکی میں جان پیدا کرے. تو پہلا قدم میری اپنی ذات ہے، میں ہوں. میں سچ بولتا ہوں، میں دوسروں کے حقوق ادا کرتا ہوں، میں دیانت اور امانت ان اصولوں کو اپنے لیے حرز جاں بنانے کی خواہش رکھتا ہوں. تو یہ سب سے بڑا میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ کامیابی کا تیسری جو بات میں نے آپ کو بتائی، پہلا جیسے عرض کیا کہ خواب ہے، پھر اس خواب سے اتنی گہری وابستگی کہ اور کچھ یاد نہ ہو. تیسری دیانت، امانت اور صداقت. چوتھی چیز یہ ہے کہ ہم سمجھتے ہیں کہ ہم ہی ہیں، پوری زمانے کا محور ہم ہیں، پوری محبتوں کا مرکز ہم ہیں، ہم سے زمانہ ہے، ہم ہی ہر شے کی پیچھے ایک اصل کردار ہیں. اس غلط فہمی سے نجات حاصل کرنا بہت ضروری ہے. سکسیس از اے ٹیم سکسیس. دوسروں کو کریڈٹ دینا، ٹیم بلڈ کرنا، ساتھ لے کے چلنا، دوسروں کی خامیاں اپنے دامن میں اور اپنی کامیابیاں دوسروں کے دامن میں ڈالنا، دس از ٹیم لیڈرز ریئل ایٹریبیوٹس. جب تک ہم ٹیم بلڈ نہیں کریں گے، وہ جو کہتے ہیں کہ میں اکیلا ہی چلا تھا جانب منزل مگر لوگ ملتے ہی گئے اور کارواں بنتا گیا. تو کارواں بنانے کے لیے ایک خاص صلاحیت آپ کے اندر، ایک سحر، ایک جادو ہونا چاہیے. اور وہ سحر اور جادو اور وہ کشش جو ہے وہ تبھی آئے گی جب آپ کسی کو اپنائیت کے پروسیس میں شریک کریں گے. بدقسمتی یہ ہے کہ ہم سمجھتے ہیں کہ ہم ہی سب کچھ کر سکتے ہیں. ایسا نہیں ہوتا. خاص طور پر آج کل کے دور میں اٹس آلویز اے ٹیم لیڈرشپ. ہم مل جل کر جب سنکرونائز کرتے ہیں، جب ہماری سینرجیز بنتی ہیں، جب ہم اپنی ویژن کو شیئر کرتے ہیں دوسروں کے ساتھ، اور پھر اس شیئرنگ کے نتیجے میں ایک لاہے عمل مرتب ہوتا ہے، تو ہر شخص کا ایک اہم کردار. گریو یارڈز آر فل آف دوز پیپل جو یہ کہتے تھے کہ دنیا ہماری وجہ سے قائم ہے. ایسا نہیں ہے. ہم سب کے اجتماعی شعور کا حاصل ہوتی ہے سکسیس. تو یہ ایک اور چیز ہے کہ ٹیم بلڈنگ کیسے ہیں. آپ دوسروں کو امپاور کرتے ہیں یا نہیں کرتے؟ دوسروں کو امپاور کرنا دراصل خود کو امپاور کرنا ہے. دوسروں کی امپاورمنٹ سے ہی اصل سکسیس جو ہے وہ آگے بڑھتی ہے. وہ ایک اور شعر مجھے یاد آ رہا تھا کہ منیر نیازی کا کہ میری ساری زندگی کو بے ثمر اس نے کیا، عمر میری تھی مگر اس کو بسر اس نے کیا. تو ہم دوسروں کے جو فیصلوں کا اختیار جب اپنے پاس لے لیتے ہیں تو پھر ہم دوسروں کی ان کی زندگی کو ان کی چاہت کے مطابق بسر کرنے کا موقع نہیں دیتے، اور اس سے ہماری ٹیم جو ہے وہ بلڈ نہیں ہوتی. آخری چیز گیونگ. ہم کیا دیتے ہیں؟ دیکھیں، ہمیں جو کچھ ملا یہ غلط فہمی ہے کہ ہم یہ کہیں کہ یہ ہماری محنت کا اعزاز ہے. یہ دراصل کسی کی عطا ہے، یہ کسی کا انعام ہے. آپ ایک لمحہ کے لیے باہر نظر دوڑائیں، شاید ہم سے زیادہ خوبصورت، شاید ہم سے زیادہ جفاکش، شاید ہم سے زیادہ ذہین، شاید ہم سے زیادہ باصلاحیت لوگ آپ کو گلی کوچوں کی خاک بنتے ہوئے نظر آئیں گے. تو یہ جو طلسم ہے، یہ جو بزم ہستی ہے، اس میں جو کچھ ہمیں ملا ہے یہ کسی کی عطا ہے اور کسی کا انعام ہے. اور وہ وقت بہت دور نہیں ہے جب ہم سے بھی پوچھا بھی جائے گا کہ میں نے تمہیں جو دیا وہ تم نے آگے کس کو دیا. جب یہ سوال پوچھا جائے گا کہ اس دنیا میں بہت کچھ تمہارے نصیب میں لکھا گیا، بہت کچھ تمہیں اس کا مستحق نہ ہوتے ہوئے بھی ملا، تم اب دنیا سے واپس میرے پاس لوٹے ہو، تو اگر آپ اپنا دامن دکھاؤ اس میں کیا ہے میرے لیے. تو یہ تصور اگر ہمارے پاس ہو تو پھر جب دنیا کی بہت ساری چیزیں بے معنی نظر آئیں گی. تو یہ اصول جو میں کہہ رہا ہوں یہ دوسروں کو ان کا حق دینا ہے. اس کو فلنتھراپی کہہ لیں، اس کو گیونگ کہہ لیں، اس کو ایثار کہہ لیں، اس کو قربانی کہہ لیں، یا اپنے حصے کی خوشیاں کسی اور کے دامن میں ڈالنے کی کوشش کہہ لیں. جو معاشرہ گیونگ کی دینے کی لذت سے ناآشنا ہے وہ کبھی ترقی نہیں کر سکتا. آپ نبی پاک صلی اللہ علیہ وآلہ وسلم کو ہم سب اپنا رول ماڈل کہتے ہیں، تو جو کچھ دنیا کو انہوں نے دیا، کیا کچھ نہیں دیا؟ کمپیشن، محبت، ایثار، قربانی، کیا کچھ نہیں دیا؟ سوچ، فکر. تو ہمیں یہ دیکھنا ہے کہ ہم کیا دے رہے ہیں. میں نے جتنے بھی کامیاب لوگ دیکھے ہیں وہ دینے کی لذت سے ان کو آشنا پایا ہے. بہت کم ہوتے ہیں جو لوگ سمیٹ کے رکھتے ہیں، اور جو سمیٹ کے رکھتا ہے اس کی دولت میں اضافہ نہیں ہوتا. بھول جائیے کہ جو دولت تجوریوں میں بند پڑی ہے وہ اس شخص کی بہت بڑی کوئی اثاثہ ہے. وہ تو ایک مہمانی سی چیز ہے، ایک مٹی ہے. دولت وہی ہے جو خرچ کر دی گئی. یہ بھی ایک حدیث کا مفہوم ہے کہ دولت وہی ہے جو آپ نے اپنے اوپر صرف کی، اپنے اہل خانہ پر صرف کی، یا کسی صدقہ جاریہ کی نظر کر دی تاکہ وہ ہمیشہ کے لیے آپ کے لیے نیکیوں کی ایک فصل کے طور پر کام کرتی رہے. تو آپ جتنے بھی بڑے لوگ ہیں، زندگی میں کبھی نہ کبھی وہ لمحہ آتا ہے جب ہر بل گیٹ یہ فیصلہ کرتا ہے کہ میرے پاس جو $100 بلین ہیں یہ بے معنی، اور پھر وہ اس کو خلق خدا کے لیے مخصوص کر دیتا ہے. اور یاد رکھیے یہ بھی ایک حدیث کا مفہوم ہے کہ جو لوگ اللہ کے کام، اللہ کی مخلوق کے کام اپنے ہاتھ میں لے لیتے ہیں ان کا کام اللہ اپنے ہاتھ میں لے لیتا ہے. اور کیا ہم نہیں چاہیں گے کہ ہم جتنی بھی بشری خامیاں ہیں ہماری، ان کے باوجود ہمارے کام اس ہستی کے ہاتھ میں چلے جائیں جو اس کائنات کا خالق ہے. یہ ہے گیونگ، یہ ہے دینا، یہ ہے مواخات. اور مواخات یہی ہے کہ آدھے لوگ ہیوز ہیں، آدھے لوگ ہیو ناٹس ہیں. تو اگر آدھے لوگ بقیہ آدھے لوگوں کو اپنا بنا لیں ایثار اور قربانی کے اسی جذبہ کے تحت جس کا نام مواخات مدینہ ہے، تو ہم ریاست کی مدد کے بغیر بھی ایک اچھا خوبصورت معاشرہ تعمیر کر سکتے ہیں. ایک ایسا معاشرہ جس میں ہر شخص کو عزت اور آبرو کے ساتھ زندہ رہنے کا موقع مل سکے. اخوت جس ادارے سے میرا تعلق ہے وہ اسی خواب کو لے کے آگے بڑھا، اور اسی عشق، محبت، جنون، پاگل پن اور دیوانگی کے جذبہ سے سرشار ہو کر پچھلے 18-19 برس سے وہ میدان عمل میں سرگرم ہے. الحمدللہ دیانت ہم 100% تو کسی چیز کا دعویٰ نہیں کر سکتے. بہرحال آپ میں سے بہت سے لوگ اخوت سے آشنا ہیں، ہماری ٹرانسپیرنسی اور ہمارے باقی کام. تو تیسری چوتھی چیزیں جو گیونگ اور دیانت ہے، وہ ساری چیزیں ٹیم اسپرٹ ہے اس کے اندر امبیڈڈ ہیں. میں بہت زیادہ بات نہیں کہوں گا. آپ کا میں بڑا معترف ہوں، ACCA کا میں بڑا معترف ہوں، آپ کی لیڈرشپ کا میں بڑا معترف ہوں. آپ جب مجھے کال کرتے ہیں تو میرے لیے ایک بڑی خوبصورت سی آواز ہوتی ہے، ایک دستک ہوتی ہے کہ ان لوگوں سے ملاقات ہوگی جن کے ساتھ اپنائیت کا ایک بہت بڑا جذبہ سا پیدا ہوتا ہے. اخوت کے لیے بھی آپ نے بہت سپورٹ کی ہے، میں اس کے لیے مشکور ہوں. ایک ایک اینٹ تو آج بھی میں آپ سے مانگ سکتا ہوں. 1000 روپے کی ایک اینٹ ہے، اور ایک اینٹ میں اس ملک کا مستقبل پنہا ہے کہ ہم پاکستان کی پہلی بلا فیس یونیورسٹی بنا رہے ہیں. تو ہمارے آرکیٹیکٹ نے کہا تھا کہ 5 لاکھ اینٹیں اکٹھی کر لیں 50 کروڑ روپے بن جائیں گے. وہ 5 لاکھ تو ہو گئی ہیں، لیکن وہ جو کہتے ہیں کہ ہے کہاں تمنا کا دوسرا قدم یارب، ہم نے دشت امکان کو ایک نقش پا پایا. تو اگلا نقش پا یہ ہے کہ ہم ایک انڈاؤمنٹ فنڈ بنانا چاہتے ہیں تاکہ مستقل بنیادوں پر وہ ادارہ چلتا رہے. چاہیں تو ایک اینٹ 1000 روپے کی آپ خرید سکتے ہیں، لیکن یہ کوئی تقاضا نہیں ہے، یہ امبوڈیمنٹ ہے جو ان تمام حروف کی جو میں نے آپ کے سامنے پیش کیا. پاکستان آپ ہیں، اس خوبصورت سماج کو اور خوبصورت بنانا آپ کی ذمہ داری ہے. قومیں اور معاشرے، یہ میری آخری بات ہے کہ قومیں اور معاشرے غربت کے نہ ہونے کی وجہ سے زوال پذیر نہیں ہوتے. قومیں اور معاشرے امید کے نہ ہونے سے زوال پذیر ہوتے ہیں، یقین کے نہ ہونے سے زوال پذیر ہوتے ہیں. امید سب سے اہم چیز ہے لیڈرشپ کے لیے. لیڈرز ڈیل ان دی کرنسی آف ہوپ. جس لیڈر کے پاس دینے کے لیے ہوپ نہیں ہے وہ میرے کسی کام کا نہیں ہے. ہوپ. جو شخص امید سے منقطع ہو گیا وہ دراصل خدا کے وجود سے منکر ہو گیا. جب تک خدا ہے میں کیسے مایوس ہو سکتا ہوں؟ تو یہ امید آپ کے وجود سے ہے، یقین ہم سب کی وجہ سے ہے. انشاءاللہ وہ وقت دور نہیں جب پاکستان اپنی کھوئی ہوئی عظمت رفتہ کو اس سر نو تازہ کرے گا. میری نظر نہیں سوئے کوفہ و بغداد، کریں گے اہل نظر تازہ بستیاں آباد. بہت شکریہ.
Ladies and gentlemen, the keynote speaker. I'll start off by. Could we have Robert up on the stage, and Asad Hamid, if you could be on the stage as well. We'd like to give a memento to our keynote speaker for this particular panel discussion, Mr. Amjad Saqib Saab, the founder of Ahuwat Foundation. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll start off by calling our esteemed panel for the second panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. We're again up on Slido with the hashtag PLC4. I'd like to start off by calling Mr. Jazeb Burana, the Chief Executive Officer, Punjab Board of Investment and Trade. Jazeb is also currently the member for the Forum of Growth and Innovation. Mr. Ziaul Mustafa, the President of the Institute of Cost and Management Accountants of Pakistan. Zia Saab, thank you so much for being here. Mr. Saad Mahmood Rashid, the Chief Executive Officer of Akzo Nobel Pakistan Limited. Mr. Umar Zahir Mir, the Chairman, Members Network Panel, ACCA Pakistan, and Managing Partner of Millennium Law and Corporate Company. Mr. Javed Ahmed, the Chairman, Punjab Revenue Authority. Javed Saab, thank you so much for being here. And the President of the Lahore Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Almas Heather. And moderating this particular panel discussion is Arif Masood Mirza, the Regional Head of Policy, ACCA NISA. Arif, over to you.
Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, and a very good evening to everybody. So between me, the panel, and your lunch, we've now got 15 minutes instead of the intended half an hour. But I'll sort of, if you don't mind, we'll take a little bit longer. So the topic is ease of doing business and the global competitive index, and it's becoming increasingly more important when investors are looking at the ease of doing business, and there are many challenges. And there's a number of indicators that I'm sure you've all seen. There's about 11 indicators within the ease of doing business, and these are, let's face it, these are in the domain of governments. When I look at them, they're not really within the domain of the private sector. The private sector's sort of a victim of the challenges and the barriers that exist out there, mainly, and because we're all accountants and we do a lot of compliance work, the ease of doing business also translates into how easy it is to comply. So is it easy to comply with taxation? Is it easy to comply with corporate registration? Is it easy to comply with getting NOCs, etc.? So there are a number of challenges that really exist as barriers to doing business. Now, I'd probably like, the panel to sort of be intuitive and really go off on their own areas which they feel have to be shared, rather than sticking to a set of questions. But let me start off with some questions, and then and then invite the audience immediately to participate, because it's a panel discussion. So whilst I'm talking and whilst the panelists are sharing their views, please do think of questions that you want to ask them around, the challenges that businesses face and how to make industry in Pakistan more competitive, regionally, globally. We've all heard that there are great opportunities, but those opportunities won't be realized if we still are in a minefield of red tape and bureaucracy. So my first question is for Mr. Almas Haider. And Almas, how do you see the investment environment in Pakistan? Less so in terms of opportunities, because I think everybody knows the challenges for local business. So what are your sort of top 3 challenges for businesses, Almas?
Thank you very much for allowing me to kick off. I'm not going to respond to this question.
Good. All right.
So, so I'm going to say whatever I have to say. The challenges to investment, obviously, we'll talk at the end of what I'm about to say. But let me start with saying that ease of doing business is, yes, it has lots to do with rules and regulations of the government. And the rules and regulations make our life difficult. What World Bank says time is also about time. And because I was hoping that this session would start on time, and I have made a commitment to somebody that at the end of the session I'll be there and I'll be meeting somebody and I'm going to be late. When we are all on time, it reduces costs. If everybody in the company is there at 9 o'clock, imagine how easy life becomes for everybody because we are all connected to each other. And when one person doesn't come, everybody else is waiting for him to be there. And that's the cost that the company has to pay. I don't know if you guys have calculated this, but the total working life that all of you have is about between 80,000 hours and 90,000 hours. And if you come 1 hour late to your office, you lose 12,000 hours of your life, of your working life. Your total working life is 12,000 days. Time is so critical. Unfortunately, I hope we can complete the session by 1:45 because I have a meeting at 2. But if we don't, then I'll request your leave and I'll just politely leave. Okay, now coming to the real subject. Ease of doing business has 10 indices. And those 10 indices are all about setting up a company. It is about paying taxes. It is about adjudication. It's about closing down a business. It's about trading across borders. 2015, nobody even talked about this. Lahore Chamber of Commerce was the first one to do this analysis of what needs to be done. We looked at every rule and regulation that was affected in our business, and we created a document and we sent it to the government and we started lobbying with it. Initially, there was a resistance to change as usual. But then over a period of time, I had to narrate some stories. For example, Mr. Putin in Russia. Russia is a communist country. We all think that's a terrible place to do business in. I can assure you it is easier to do business in Russia than in Pakistan. When Mr. Putin came in 6 years ago, he gave the target to his bureaucracy that Russia has to be at the index of 50. They were at 170, I think, at the index of 50 in 5 years' time. Today, they are around 39, I think. We are at 137, 136 now. And we have improved 11 points because of what the last government did. This government has just come in, so what they are about to do will be reflected very soon in the next 1 year's ranking. And I can see a lot of improvement. I am involved in those, and other friends are involved in what's happening. And we are advising the government again to improve on that. I hope we should be able to improve by at least 15 to 30 points this year on this index. I'll be very happy to see Pakistan on 100 or 99 or on a double digit if we can do it this year. But again, a lot of it is optics. What we are doing is, a lot of it is optics. For example, on taxes, World Bank says that we pay taxes 47 times a year. World Bank does not recognize the provincial taxes that larger companies pay in the 4 provinces. If we add the tax, the provincial taxes or the sale tax and services, the total number of times we pay taxes is 95. And every time we pay a tax, it's an auditable event. Somebody can come to us and say, show us the document, how did you pay this? So what the government has done very recently and done well is they're using ITs so that some of the taxes can be paid on the web, on the net. The World Bank says that if you do it on the net, then we'll recognize the payments on that tax as one. So the moment they did that, we have already officially on the World Bank scale, we are on paying taxes from 47, we have come down to 16 times. But in reality is, in my company, we still have to work the same amount of hours to do the churn amount, the same amount of information, and we have to pay the same number of taxes, which is 4, which is 12 times in a year. Now, what needs to be done is that countries like Singapore and Malaysia, what they have done is they have reduced the number of times you have to pay those taxes. You can pay it every 3 months, you can pay it every 6 months, you can pay it every year. Singapore does it 5 times in a year. Malaysia does it 8 times in a year. India does it 13 times in a year. We are now at 16 on that scale. So yes, there's an improvement going on, but there's a lot of optics also, and we need to chaff out the optics from reality. And I hope the optics will kick in, and then the realities will start kicking in. Okay. Because the government is aware of it, and the government does really want to do something about it. Now, the Prime Minister himself, in his first speech, he talked of ease of doing business. He's taken responsibility for improving it. And this is when the Council of Business Leaders meeting, when I was asked to speak on a couple of things, I talked on this subject. And I asked him, you take I
investment decisions, the taxation. Business professionals on such position so that the decisions can be made accordingly.
Thank you, Zia. Over to you, Umar. The same question: what is ACCA undertaking to support the government to actually improve policy making, to improve the ease of doing business, and then what is ACCA doing to support its own members in terms of facilitating and easing compliance as well for businesses?
Thank you, Arif. First of all, I would like to congratulate ACCA, particularly the entire team, Sajid, Asad, Shahid, Ahmad, Harun, everyone actually. Sorry if I'm missing anyone's name. And thanks to our global president, Robert, for sparing time and coming to Pakistan and attending this wonderful conference. Coming on to your question, Arif, I was listening very intently to the conversation. Actually, ACCA has and is playing part on multiple arenas with regards to its members. It's training them and equipping them, starting with what I believe is the most important thing, ethics. You have to focus on the ethical upbringing and the value system of your professionals that would be dealing with and advising the businesses as well as the regulators. And ACCA was perhaps one of the first bodies in the world to launch a very comprehensive ethics module focusing on that. In addition to that, with regard to the technical skill set, ACCA has been collaborating and working with accountancy bodies, regulators, very closely engaging in the training programs. We are also honored to be working with the chambers, like we have been running a very successful initiative, which Almasab would definitely be interested in. We have a free of cost tax clinic for the businessman at the Lahore Chamber of Commerce and Industry. That's been done by ACCA. And the satisfaction rate, the feedback has been 100%. And that's been delivered by ACCA's member, me being chairing that. With regard to our own members, we are focusing on ensuring that they are up to date and competent with regard to local laws and taxations. We are also working with the governmental institutions and the regulators to ensure that we can assist them in the professional insights and inputs, how to improve the system and how to ensure that they can properly have a very adequate change management process. Because at time what we do is we have very good changes, but enforced in a manner that they are not properly adhered to. Let me give you a very quick example. When I was working back in the UK, there was a taxation change. So how that was actually managed, and that's Javed sir for your attention to. For the first year, it was actually announced and propagated. So knowledge, awareness, the drive, people getting to know about that. Then the second year, people were preparing for the change, that we have to upgrade our systems to actually integrate that. And then in the third year, when that was implemented, and at the end of that year, that tax year, that was incorporated in the return. So that was like a 2 to 3 years process. And at times, what we have here is we have some even very good and positive changes implemented in a manner that, okay, this change is now done. From tomorrow, you have to start that. Or if it's a very courteous change, from next tax year, you have to start that. And at times, even most of the professionals are not fully aware and up to date what that change means and what would be the implications for the businesses. So that is also a very important area where ACCA is assisting. ACCA has been sending detailed budget proposals as well as the reform proposals to both the federal and the provincial governments. ACCA is honored to also be working very closely with regulators in order to assist them with increasing the competence of their officers. Just before this session, I was having a discussion with Javed Saab, where we were discussing about a training program for PRA, where inshallah ACCA would be playing its key role. And let me tell you that most of our problems are coming because of three things. Number one, the trust deficit, not just by the businesses, by the government and the regulators too. We on the business side, and rightly so at times, say we are accused of the wrong things and being dealt a very hard hand. On the regulators side, they often complain that, look, the economy is not documented, and most, if not all, of the people are being very creative, not paying the due shares. So we have to make do with these measures. So the first thing is to bridge the trust gap by increased communication. Then secondly, we have taxation laws, which are certainly, like Almasa very rightly pointed out, against any modern idea of doing business. I was sharing with Javed Saab in my conversation. I have a friend who is also a client. He started an outsourcing business in Pakistan. And he actually wanted to be properly registered, have everything documented, going through the banking channel very properly. He had many hurdles which were overcome. The final straw, that was it for him, was when he went to the bank, he actually had a marketing setup in the States and the UK, where the people were referring businesses working for him. And then at the end of the month, he would pay them. And he said almost all the banks refused. You can't pay that abroad. He said, what do you want me to do? Go black? Become part of the black economy? Or start using Hawala? I mean, I'm a businessman who want to do it in a legitimate way. I'm being forced to do it in means which are not right. And then tomorrow you'll do my audit and say, okay, we have grabbed someone, we have grabbed a thief who was doing that. But the system is forcing them. So the first thing that we have to do, and Hashim Saab, the provincial finance minister, in the morning session, I was very pleased to hear, did share that they are having a thorough review of all the regulations to try to improve them in line with the ease of doing business. ACCA is also assisting and advising the government. I also shortly have a meeting with the governor, for which I've requested Sajid Saab that if the session takes a bit longer, then I'll have to take the permission and the leave. I tried to push that forward. So all in all, ACCA is working on multiple fronts, on its own members, increasing their ethical professional value, building their core professional competences, working with the regulators, in addition to training its member, trying to assist other bodies, institutions, and regulators to increase their competence, and working with the government on the policy reforms as well.
Good.
So all in all, ACCA is playing a very effective role.
Thank you very much, Umar. So, conscious of time, let me bring in the audience. I know the panel still want to have a few words, but let me bring in the audience. If you have any questions that you'd like to ask, please raise your hand. We'll have the mic brought to you. Please introduce yourself and ask your question. Any questions out there on, on how we can improve the ease of doing business? Really important long-term metrics for Pakistan. unless we improve these, whether you call it optics or whether you call it non-optics, this is going to really help the country to improve and get foreign direct investment in. Any questions out there? Oh, yes, you, sir, over there. Second table on the left. Keep your hand up, sir. So please introduce yourself and ask your question.
My name is Usman Habib, Manager Finance, of Industry. My question is directed towards Mr. Almas Saab and Mr. Saad Saab. We were talking about ease of doing business and as Mr. Mancha said, the reduction in the size of the government. And we have a representative from the government, Mr. Javed Saab. So my question is, what will be your preference when you have to deal with both FBR and PRA? Would you like to prefer to deal with just FBR, or you would prefer to deal with both? So this question interlinks with the reduction in the size of government. Should we have both organizations, both departments, or should we have one?
Okay, that's a really good question. And Lars, perhaps you can have a quick shot.
Very appropriate question. With the things that are happening, let me share a couple of decisions that have principally been agreed, but I hope we see them really happening. The first is that the tax collection has to be separated from service provision. All the inspectors that go to our factories or companies are also tax collectors. So anybody who's from Social Security, UOBI, professional tax, blah, 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 income tax, sales tax, everybody who comes to us is actually a tax collector. What the government has agreed is that, okay, we'll put the taxes in one place and let all of these organizations do the services that they are supposed to provide. If that happens, then all the 32 different inspectors that are coming to different companies and factories, which actually is a harassment, will reduce substantially. So that is one principle that has been agreed. The other is that taxes have to be clubbed. For example, WWF, WPPF, EOBI, Social Security are all about labor. So why can't we put just one tax and let the government decide how much money they want to give to every organization? Similarly, there are provincial taxes like property taxes over there, then there's a professional tax. If they can be clubbed together and you just get one tax and then you decide what you want to do with it. So if we can club those taxes, that'd be great. The third is there's a dialogue which has recently been started at the NFC level where the provinces and the federal government can have just one organization where the sales tax, for example, is paid both for services and the goods tax. Now, if this happens, after the 18th Amendment, all the 4 provinces have to agree, or some of them have to agree. And if some of them agree, then things will start happening. And I hear some good news on that side also, that this dialogue is going in a positive direction.
Okay.
So if this happens, things are going to improve.
Good.
So there'll be one organization. It doesn't matter if it is in the federation or in the province, but I hope it will be one organization that we work with.
Great, thank you, Almas. And obviously the trust deficit again arises there. The provinces have to have trust in the mechanism and in the collection agency. Just let me bring in Javed. Was it you wanted an answer from Javed as well, Mr. Javed from? Yes, PRA. So do you envisage really letting go some of your authority?
I think, Mr. Almas has already explained in so many words. There should be one tax organization. But because of the newness of the service tax, PRA was created, and so was SRB and KPRA and BRA. At the heart of this concept was the provincial fiscalization and autonomy, financial autonomy to the provinces. As far as the success of these organizations is concerned, so far they are success stories because of the newness of the system, innovative capability of these organizations, and better outreach. So they have performed well. So we have an equally good case, And we are advocating this cause at the NFC level and at the federal level that sales tax on goods should also be given to the provinces, just for a change. So at the provincial level, yes, there is a concept and there is an agreed principle that PRA should collect all the taxes, whether these are in the shape of cess or duties or the taxes, but there should be an umbrella organizations.
Thank you, sir. So let's go for another question. I saw, I think is it Fizza at the back there? Yes.
Thank you so much. It was a wonderful discussion today in both panels. I always ask so many questions, but today, alhamdulillah, I have some of my students here with me today in this event.
Good.
And they have a combined question, and Abdul Hanan will put forward his question towards the panel.
Thank you, ma'am. My question is from the panel that how do you see the initiative of institutions towards small businesses and homemade industry, especially for women, skilled, unskilled, and educated or uneducated? Please explain.
Okay, so let's take 2 or 3 questions together and then we'll wrap up. Any more questions? No. Yes, one question there.
Amir Shakil from UMT Lahore. Just I want to ask one thing कि आप regulations change कर लेंगे, authorities change कर लेंगे, जब तक आप बंदे change नहीं करेंगे कुछ भी नहीं होना. Can you imagine कि मैं tax मतलब मैं chartered accountant हूँ, मैं tax department गया, एक मैंने लेनी थी उनसे extension date की, तो उस चपड़ासी ने मुझसे पैसे मांगे कि मैंने आपको असिस्टेंट साहब के ऑफिस में जाने दिया है. तो आप जितने मर्जी रेगुलेशंस चेंज कर रहे हैं, मैं एक प्रोफेसर ऑफ टैक्सेशन हूं, पढ़ के थक चुका हूं, मैं रेगुलेशंस को पढ़ा के भी थक चुका हूं और इस नतीजे पे पहुंचा हूं कि जब तक बंदे चेंज नहीं करेंगे कुछ नहीं होना. सेकंड, ये जो लोग टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट्स के अंदर मौजूद हैं, इनकी अपनी टेक्निकल कॉम्पिटेंस क्या है? CSS करके एम अंग्रेजी करो, टॉप करो और वहां पे कमिश्नर लग जाओ, मतलब क्या है? तो जब तक हमारी अकाउंटिंग बॉडीज ICMAP, ACCA ये गवर्नमेंट के साथ निगोशिएट नहीं करती कि एक प्रोफेशनल कैडर इंट्रोड्यूस करवाई जाए इन इंस्टीट्यूशंस में, तो तब तक ह्यूमन रिसोर्स का यही हाल रहेगा जो है. आप 10-15 रेगुलेशंस और बना दें, उसमें यही होगा कि आमिर शकील को कुछ और पढ़ाई करनी पड़ेगी ताकि बच्चों को कुछ और पढ़ा सके, इसके अलावा चेंज नहीं आना. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Right. So let's begin to answer the 2 questions. One was, the last question was about capacity building and goes again back to ethics and behaviors. The first question was around how regulation is supporting SMEs and especially women. I know that ease of doing business also breaks down some of the metrics into how many days it takes women to pay taxes, how many days it takes women to incorporate businesses. That's also part of it. Who would like to answer or take a stab at Janzeb? Yep.
I'll take a stab at the first one. I think with regards to women entrepreneurship and the initiatives that government is taking or has taken. SMEs and particularly SMEs that are run by women is very much a top priority for the government. And the Ministry of Industries and Investments in Punjab has already taken an initiative. They're working at 2, I think, particular initiatives. One is a credit guarantee scheme, especially for women entrepreneurs. And the other one is, again, a financing scheme whereby smaller SMEs, especially run by women, that wouldn't have access to finance would be supported by the government. And there is a ceiling for that. I think it's about a million or so, but $1 million to 3 million rupees, but I may be off the mark on that. Yes, so government has two particular initiatives that are specifically designed to help support women entrepreneurship and SMEs.
And technology is, I know you're not part of the IT board, but technology is also a means of factoring out any gender bias, isn't it? I mean,
True.
You know, you don't have to identify your gender when you
Yeah.
deal with systems through IT. So increasing IT will also eliminate any gender imbalance as well. Who'd like to go for the second? So, Javed Sab, you'd like to answer the second one.
शुक्रिया सर मैं आपका जवाब आपकी लैंग्वेज में ही नेशनल लैंग्वेज में अगर मुझे इजाजत दें तो वो जिस तरह का पर्टिनेंट क्वेश्चन था जवाब पंजाबी में ही बनता है लेकिन थोड़ा सा पर्दा रहने दी आपकी ये बजा ऑब्जर्वेशन है बहुत वैलिड है कि जब तक बंदे चेंज नहीं करेंगे सिस्टम चेंज नहीं होगा तो अनफॉर्चुनेटली हमारे यहाँ ये रवायत है कि हम बंदों पे इन्वेस्ट करते रहते हैं और जब बंदे चले जाते हैं अच्छे या बुरे तो फिर सिस्टम भी बैठ जाता है हमें सिस्टम पे इन्वेस्ट करना चाहिए लाइक द वेस्ट रही बात यह है कि जी प्रोफेशनल्स नहीं होते मेरा ख्याल अब वो दिन नहीं रहे अब सिविल सर्वेंट्स आते तो एक प्रोसेस के थ्रू हैं मैं ये आई एम नॉट डिनाइंग कि आपकी इंपॉर्टेंस नहीं है यू आर वेरी वैलिडली यू हैव पॉइंटेड आउट very recently we recruited a batch of enforcement officers. There, out of those 20, there are 8 ACCAs. And in the legal team, in our legal team, there are 3 barristers. And this is just the beginning. And we have also advertised for the audit risk compliance officers. And we have invited the applications. Rather, we have conducted the test. And there are CA finalists, ACCAs, ICMA से भी हैं लोग और ACA से भी हैं. So gone are the days. We are mindful of the fact that without specialization, we cannot proceed further. We cannot progress. So at the core of at the heart of this thinking is the competitiveness and the competitive advantage which we have. Inshallah, we will build upon that. And you're always welcome to float these kind of very pertinent observations and suggestions and recommendations. But PRA is not that organization which is old, obsolete, archaic, something like that. We have given the lead from ACCA, think ahead. We always think ahead.
Great, thank you,
very
sir.
much.
Thank you. So let me end on that positive note because it's always helpful to end on positive notes. And so, you know, Pakistan in the ease of doing business index, unfortunately, has been going the wrong way. But I think the time has come for us all to make a contribution to see the glass half full rather than half empty. Sorry to use that phrase, but you know, I think, and there are good people out there. There are bad people, but there are good people working in the tax authorities, within the FBR, within the PRA. There are good people in Parliament. There are good people in the accounting profession, in the law profession. So let's end on a positive note, and let's, like we said right at the beginning, each of us contribute to making a success of the businesses and the firms that we are working in. So with that, please give the panel a big round of applause. Thank you very much. I'll hand back over to Noor. You must be all very hungry.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for that very enlightening panel discussion. Arif, thank you for moderating it. We'd like to start off with presenting the mementos. So, Robert, if you could please come up, and Haroon and John, if you can come up on the stage to give the mementos to our panel members. We'll start off with Jahanzeb Burana, the Chief Executive Officer, Punjab Board of Investment and Trade. Mr. Ziaul Mustafa, the President, Institute of Cost and Management Accountants of Pakistan. Mr. Saad Mahmood Rashid, the Chief Executive Officer of Akzo Nobel Pakistan Limited. Thank you, Saad. And Javed Ahmed Saab, the Chairman, Punjab Revenue Authority. And if the entire panel can please join us for a group photograph, Sajid Aslam, if you could also join them. Shahid Khan, the Head of Business Development North, if you could also join us. Just a step here. So while they're taking the picture, let me also reiterate all the updates from the Pakistan Leadership Conversation have been collated with the hashtag PLC2019. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Robert, if you could still stay up, and Shahid, if you could also be here. We have to acknowledge our partners who have partnered with ACCA for executing these Pakistan leadership conversations across Pakistan, and the strategic partners, they're both here. We'd like to acknowledge them quickly. From Excellence Delivery, EXD, Sajad Saab, if you could please come up and take the memento for the partners. Hanan Javed will be taking the memento on behalf of EXD. Thank you so much to our partners from Kansai as well, the strategic partners. And the platinum partners has Call Shield, Scans, Tabani, CMUC, and Toyota. Hanan Javed from Excellence Delivered, our strategic partners. And also from TMUC, Ali Salman, if you could please come up and take the memento. So with that, thank you, Robert. Thank you, Shahid. Thank you. With that, we'll be proceeding to the last formal session for the day, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by thanking you for being a wonderful audience. For those of you who have missed us or are joining us live on the webinar, we'll be proceeding across to Islamabad tomorrow for the Pakistan Leadership Conversation in Islamabad. So if you want to join in, you can do that too. So calling for the closing address, Asad Hamid Khan, the Market Head, Business Development, ACCA Pakistan. अगर तालियां नहीं आएंगी तो खाना नहीं खोलना मैंने आज. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Can you hear me now? Assalamu alaikum. I think first of all, I'd like all of you to clap for yourselves. You have been a fantastic audience. And then we'll move on to the worthy panelists, our worthy partners, and our president who has been very supportive and has helped create this success. I think the most important takeaway from today has been a lot of talk about hope, a lot of talk about optimism, but with all this hope and optimism and the passion that Dr. Amjad Saqib mentioned about, there needs to be action. And this is what ACCA intends to do, as Sajid mentioned at the start, that for us, this platform, this engagement, this conversation, these suggestions is all about collating them and then taking it back first to yourselves and then to the relevant agencies to ensure that we're able to deliver on our promise of actionable agendas. In terms of, if I were to summarize what has been discussed today, I think the focus has been on digitization. whether that's economy, whether that's your ease of doing business, whether that's global competitiveness, whether that's the use of artificial intelligence, robotics. And last but not the least, I think something that we always tend to miss is simplification. So the very start of this conference, the tone that was set was remove the inefficiencies. It's all about whether the inefficiency is internal within the organization, whether that's external from a foreign direct investment perspective, whether that's from a tax collection perspective, whether that's from a tax administration perspective. So the term that I liked at that time was that whatever we do, the practices have to be friendly, simple, and effective. So with this note, and a final thank you to all our partners, our audience, our wonderful conversation leaders, our members network panel members present over here, a wonderful team who has made it possible to bring this fantastic engagement across to you. A wonderful next step, I wouldn't stand too long, would be to treat us for lunch. Do continue to follow us on hashtag PLC 2009, and we would like to see you in PLC 2020. You know all our contacts. Do feed us what would you want in continuation to be the topic of that PLC. It will be great to have that feedback from every one of you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Asad. And if you could stay up here on the stage, pulling three events across Pakistan requires a lot of hard work and effort. And this team has been up since very early in the morning. Most of them have not even slept through the night to pull this event for you. So I'd quickly like to call up on stage the organizing team, the ACCA team, for being here. Everybody who's here, Sajid, Hamad, Haroon, Rashid, Shahid Khan, if you could just please come up on the stage, all the team here, all the managers, Ali, Shah Muhammad, Maheen, Fahad, all the team members, if you can give these guys a huge round of applause. Hassan is coming right here. There are our office help and support who's been working. Jawad is right here as well. I like to do this because it yes it gives you a perspective of the amount of effort it takes in setting up these discussion and conversations. Sohail Alam, if you could please hurry up. All the people at the outside, I would have loved for them to be here, but we'll pass on your good wishes to them. Give them a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It sets them up for the year 2020. Thank you.
And I think it would be absolutely unfair that if we not applaud even louder for Nu to have carried it for
Thank
the
you
same
so
energy
much,
for
everybody.
4 events all together.
Yes, consecutively the fourth event, and we still have our hopes high for the next two coming up tomorrow.
And just to top it, I think even louder for Robert, not just because he's the president, simply because he arrived and is still in a jet lag, but has been giving us 12 to 14 hours every day for Pakistan and emerging Pakistan.
So thank you, Robert. That's Lahore for you, and more of Pakistan coming up for the upcoming. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. With that, Allah Hafiz, and hope you have a fantastic evening. Lunch is on the left-hand side outside. Thank you, and Allah Hafiz.